A pleasant good morning. We want to welcome you back, all of our viewers, to the Park Hill playing field where we are bringing you live footage of the Guyana versus Jamaica encounter. This is a third place matchup of the 2022 Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship being held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good morning, Osnat. I trust you had a restful evening.
Yes, good morning to you, Roxelle, and to all our viewers around the Caribbean, and in fact around the world. It was a good night rest. I'm looking forward to a very good day of cricket again today.
Yes, so the news here is that there are a few wet spots around. Again, we were blessed to have some showers during the course of the evening and early morning, and so some of the areas are a bit damp. And so the umpires have done their work this morning, and they're going to go back out at 10:15 for another inspection.
Yes, a similar start to yesterday in terms of the weather. Had some overnight rain and some early morning showers as well. We're hoping from a neutral standpoint that we'll be able to get the same sort of sunshine we had throughout yesterday.
The surface looks in good condition. They're just marking and to prepare for whenever start is ready. That's not a problem at all, and I believe today it might be even better for batting.
Yes, probably. It must be said that the Jamaicans' batting effort yesterday must be applauded. They came out and they were positive from the start. As we mentioned, the pitch was not having any tremors, as they would say, and they made full advantage of that particular decision by Guyana to send them to bat first yesterday.
Right, 268 for 9 a total, the biggest total at Park Hill during this tournament, and there are no signs of them declaring, so they're probably trying to get as many as they possibly can. So it would peak out to be just one batting effort from the Jamaicans.
Yes, it appears that they're probably looking to bat once in this game. Guyana will be hoping that that is not the case. They were frustrated later on yesterday afternoon with those lower order partnerships that Jamaica were able to establish. They'll be hoping to just remove that final wicket today and then start their batting effort positively.
So until we have further news for you from the Park Hill playing field, remember we are bringing you the third place playoff between Guyana and Jamaica. Jamaica 268 for 9, and they would resume their innings when the umpires deem it fit for a restart. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field where we are preparing to again bring you some coverage of the Jamaica versus Guyana third place match in this, the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship. We're coming to you live from the northern section of St. Vincent Grenadines on the windward side. And with me is Osnet Kato, as we were together yesterday. Osnet, another day that is going to be turning out to be similar to yesterday.
Yes, definitely. I think the only difference is that the sun perhaps hasn't really come out in all its glory as it did yesterday, so that has caused a little delay in terms of the outfield being in top-notch condition. So I think that has been the hold-up so far this morning.
Right, so the word here at Park Hill is that lunch has been taken. Lunch would be between 11:25 and I make it 12:10, 12:05, and the umpires are looking for a possible start at 12:10. Another 2 sessions, possibly of 2.5 hour duration, Osnet.
Yes, another long day here at Park Hill for our viewers as well as those persons in the commentary team and other workers around the playing field. But it's no fault of ours. We realize the overnight rains and the early morning showers we had this morning would have definitely caused a delay in the start of play today. But hopefully very soon we're going to have some play and hopefully another interesting day of cricket as we had yesterday.
So the hope is to complete 75 overs during the course of the day today, and with a close of time this evening at 5:30. Jamaica now would probably, you think, rethink what they want to do after lunch?
Yes, I think yesterday we were discussing the possibility of perhaps declaring overnight and then putting some early morning pressure on the Guyanese batsmen. We haven't heard anything from the Jamaica camp in terms of if they would have declared overnight. So I think perhaps they may be sending the remaining batsmen to go and try and get as much runs as possible and then put a daunting total on the board. It's already daunting, considering what we've seen so far here at the Park Hill playing field. Just add to the total and perhaps add more frustration to the Guyanese camp.
Well, definitely, they'll definitely be looking to, first of all, secure first innings lead and push on thereafter. And so that's the news here from the Park Hill playing field. We are taking lunch at this stage, and hopefully at 12:10 we'll be able to come back and give you some live cricket in action. Jamaica versus Guyana in the third place match. Until then, we'll take another break. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field where we do have action for you. Yes, we do have action. We're going to start the second day's play. We did have some showers early this morning, and the outfield around the boundary area were a bit soggy, and so the umpires have delayed the start. They had a early lunch at 11:30, and so we're just about to resume play here for day 2 of this third place matchup with the Jamaicans. They're still batting at 268 for 9. Osnet Edmond there on 9, and Edwards on 15.
Yes, interesting to see that the Jamaicans have decided to continue their innings. They perhaps could have declared and perhaps put some early pressure on the Guyanese batsmen, but they've decided to just bat as long as possible, I guess, and get as close as possible to 300. Maybe that's a psychological mark that they have in terms of the first innings total that they're looking forward to. Guyana, on the other hand, will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible and start their batting innings.
Well, Isaac Thorne, he has the ball in hand. He has 3 scalps of the 9 wickets to fall so far. He has 2 slips of gully as it comes in now. This one is pitched up on about the off stump and playing belatedly, so to speak. It looks like Edmond. All right, so he is taking the first few deliveries this morning. So Jamaica seem to want to just grind and get as many as possible and continue to have that psychological effect on the Guyanese. Definitely.
Edmond, he seemed to have a very interesting technique. Even yesterday against the spinners, we saw some very unorthodox shots, and that's continuing this afternoon.
This one is correctly behind it with a vertical bat and head over the ball as he plays it out to that short cover position. And these two batted well yesterday in the latter part. You know, the Guyanese are definitely tired and jaded after a very long day in the field.
They would have continued in terms of the tone set by the earlier batsmen yesterday, in which they were very determined to bat as long as possible.
It's another good delivery, but equal to the task there is Edmond. Slightly, possibly a little out of position as he looked back a bit after playing the shot. He was wondering if he had covered his thumbs properly, but he did. And Thorne would want to wrap up things very early here for Guyana. They had a long day in the field yesterday, and they would not want to spend a very long today as they attempt to wrap up the Jamaican innings. A drive in through the cover area is Edmond, the man from Westmoreland. He moves on to 9, and Jamaica opened their account today to continue to add to their total, 269 for 9.
Yeah, pleasing shot there by Edmond, just coming forward and stroking it through the cover region. Thorne perhaps will not be totally happy to see that. Number 11 coming on to the front foot against the fast bowler. I'm sure at some point we'll see him test the middle of the wicket.
Well, let's see if he does so. He's going to come up now to the man from the southern coast of Jamaica, from Manchester. That's Rion Edwards. He's there on 15. This is a good delivery. The best of what you've offered so far in this over. Just a back of a length, a touch, and coming down on it. Eventually, it goes out to the man at gully. It was Edwards. So we want to say good afternoon to our viewers following us from Guyana and from Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, the neutral viewers, Osnet.
Yes, we have a lot of viewers around the Caribbean as well as worldwide looking at this coverage.
Edwards drives this time, doesn't got a lot on it, and probably a lower part of the bat, and it bubbles out to the man at the cover region. That's the end of the first over on day 2. Guyana inserted the Jamaicans to bat. Jamaica still pushing on here and piling on the runs, 269 for 9.
A steady start there by Thorne, first over of the day. Not really top pace as we saw yesterday. The ball is indeed 79 overs old, so I believe after this over, a new ball will be due as well, so that's something that Guyana should be looking forward to. You see Vincent will be starting his bowling partner from the opposite end, so a newer ball perhaps would definitely bring more penetration to their bowling.
Well, you spoke of the newer ball, and it looks as if it's going to be taken quite soon. as the fourth umpire has just given it to umpire Trudeau. He is making sure that he takes off the plastic and he pops it into his pocket as he goes back to his position at square leg. Vincent, the man from Regent 1, very close to the border of Brazil, I was told. He is going to offer up now to Edmond. Edmond smashes this through mid-wicket. Seems to be a premeditated stroke as he picked up the length very, very quickly and into the mid-wicket boundary. A little damp or not, but it's still traveled across there quickly.
Yes, he picked up the length of that delivery very quickly. I think it's the right approach by Jamaica as well. No sense in just being out there and not scoring as quickly as you possibly can. So it was a good shot there by Edmond, a delivery, perhaps a warm-up delivery from Vincent, not having the pace. It was short of a length and he managed to just pull it through the mid-wicket and he gets himself a boundary.
Let's see what he continues to do as Vincent comes up now to Edmond. This one is a better delivery, coming back into the right-hander. He is comfortably behind it and plays it on to the man at mid-on. He has a few words with the man at gully and he now fiddles with his gloves. You know, you fast bowlers or you tail enders, if you want to put it. Those of you who bat lower in the order like to make sure that you enjoy your cricket. I don't know how it feels about that low in the order, just saying.
A lot of these batsmen will tell you they are lower order batsmen, not necessarily tail enders. I think tail enders is a thing of the past, where most of the bowlers never really paid a lot of attention to their batting. But in modern day cricket, we see a lot of lower order batsmen coming through.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. And a good bit of them may have started their youth cricket as batsmen and they changed their more definite role as Vincent comes into this is Edmond. This is a good stroke. They were hesitant on that single as he plays it again into the covers. Shorter delivery and he tried to flat bat it, so to speak, into the covers. Didn't get much on it, but was able to go through for a single. He moves to 14 and Jamaica continue to push on 274 for 9.
Just to add to the point in terms of lower order batsmen, Roxell, in the recent series with India and England, we saw Bumrah actually taking Stuart Broad to the cleaners, having the most expensive over in the history of Test cricket. So Bumrah himself will tell you he's a lower order batter at this point in time.
All right, so the batting goes very deep as this one is very, very well played over mid-off. It goes into the boundary now for 4. This is Edwards on the attack. He plummeted that one, pushed that one very, very hard. And he now moves up to 19 and the score 278.
I think the intention from the Jamaican batsman is clear in terms of being positive and trying to just make as much runs as possible. It's now 278. I believe they will try and get as close to 300 as possible.
We were saying yesterday 250 might have been difficult and may not have been possible, but they have proved us wrong as Vincent comes up again to Edwards. This one is a good delivery, back of a length and getting some lift off the surface as well. Edmond was behind it well, checked his stroke as well, Osnat.
Yes, a better length from Vincent. The previous delivery was a bit too full. So a good over there from Jamaica once again.
And then, go ahead.
They continue to pressure the Guyanese batsmen into bowlers, and they will try and frustrate the Guyanese to a higher extent, just as they did yesterday afternoon.
Well, I like the approach. I agree with you. You're there. You've been there for a while. You should continue to put the runs on the board. Every other run scored now is a psychological deficit, so to speak, that has to be cleared by the Guyanese when they do come to bat. So we have seen some big totals. We heard that the Barbados got 270 odd at Arnesville declared, which is a very, very big total at Arnesville. and psychologically the Leewards are going to have to bat out of their skins to get close to that. Not that they can't. They've proven that they could get up to the 250s, which they have done before. But the new ball has been taken. Isaiah Thorne has it now. Well, he's actually having some discussion with one of his players as he grabs it now, and he'll be looking to use the new ball and pick up his 4th wicket and ensure that the Jamaicans do not get much more than the 278 they have right now.
Well, the new ball can actually bring about 2 things in terms of the hardness of the ball means that the batsman can get more value for their shots. Also gives the bowler the opportunity to perhaps get a bit more out of the wicket. And Thorne being the pace bowler that he is, he'll be looking for a little bit more assistance with this new ball.
Thorne to Edmond. This one is about Yorker land delivery. He digs it out with his conventional body away from the bat, feet wide apart. And he's still there. Not orthodox at all, his technique.
I would have also loved to see a man at short leg. You know, I've been advocating for that all game, but I'm just thinking with Thorne, the pace of Thorne, perhaps a man in a short leg would be a very good position at this point in time.
This one he smacks a flat batted down to mid-off as he continues to push to the delight of his teammates downstairs. It seems as if this is probably one of his more pleasing innings of late.
Definitely looks like that, Roxell. Thorne hasn't really hit top speed as yet. I know we saw him during the lunch interval. His plate was pretty high, Roxell. So I don't know if the digestion is still taking place.
Yes, he did have a good lunch as he comes up now to Edmond. Edmond drives into his pads. That would have been going through the mid-on position. He is now making sure that he recomposes himself. He talks himself a bit on his hunches, so to speak. And there he goes. He's probably feeling a little bit of the pain into the lower part of the leg. That could always be a little sting you get from those shots into your pads. As Thorne is being asked to work by Yearwood, he comes up now. Thorne passes umpire Trudeau, offers up to Edmond, who attempts to take this off the pad. They're looking for a run, but Caesar got around there very quickly. We do have sunshine here. There's some clouds about, but again, they're very similar to yesterday. And the Jamaicans continuing to push on here. You can hear the coach continue to bellow out the instructions. Bat as long as you can. And this is grinding cricket by the Jamaicans. This one is on the tie pad as he attempts to turn. Got onto him a little quicker than he expected and wasn't able to effect the shot he employed. Those tie pads are very important in modern day cricket, Osnet.
Especially as a lower order batter. You know, your capabilities are not as good as perhaps a top order batter. And with the pace of Thorne, it's always going to be difficult for you to totally negotiate him.
This one he smacks. This is going to go all the way. It goes for 6 over, long on. Oh my word, that's a magnificent shot. He did connect. Eye-hand coordination at its best there.
A big hit there by Edmond. He continues to surprise us with his batting ability. A bit unorthodox as we mentioned before. But that was a big hit there over long on. Thorne there looking a bit dejected. Bit surprised as well that he hasn't really gone to the short delivery. Yeah. So far he has been rather full to these number 10 and number 11 batters.
Well, he had a lot of work yesterday, and muscles probably not yet into that mold where he wants them to be, to run up and really let loose. And then you did indicate that his lunch was pleasant, so he's still probably trying to digest that. But taking the advantage here is the Jamaicans as they push on to 284, 284 for 9. Edmond has surpassed Edwards now. He's on 20, Edmond on 19.
Another good over there by Jamaica. Getting a big 6 there off the last delivery of that over. So their scoring rates since the start of play have been very good, positive, and I'm sure the coach and the captain will be quite happy with that.
Vincent will continue. He's coming from the Pearl Best center end. We're told this morning that he was from the rich region of Region 1, minerals and precious stones. This is a good delivery, short, rising, and also moving away from Edwards. That was an excellent delivery, the best of the morning.
Bit too good here for Edwards. That delivery just pitching on off stump and moving away. A bit of bounce as well, as we have come to expect with the new ball, especially on this type of wicket.
So buoyed by that success, Vincent, he looking to pick up a wicket here this afternoon. This one's an excellent. This is a tremendous delivery. Oh my word! He followed up a good delivery with a superb second delivery here. Vincent looking the part this morning for Guyana.
A delivery a little bit fuller as well, and just moving away. We spoke about his ability to get the ball to move away from the right-handers, and this is definitely a very good spell this afternoon from Vincent.
Well, that is what the doctor may have ordered yesterday, and he's now about to push on again. He comes up now, passes umpire Joseph, and into Edwards, who is beaten for the third consecutive time. This one just a touch wide outside the off stump, but drawing him into some four strokes here. Vincent on top at this stage.
It's the first time in the match where we can safely say that Vincent has looked a little bit more threatening than Thorn. He seemed to be just getting the ball through a little quicker as well. The wicket at this point in time would have been covered overnight, so perhaps a little bit of moisture is there, and Vincent is taking full advantage of that.
Oh my word! Oh my word! This is a superb over by Vincent. He was in control. All ends up from ball 1 to ball 4, and he finished it up with an excellent Yorker length delivery. Edwards bowled the crook and neck.
Yes, I think the length was very important there. We saw the three deliveries. We saw the first one was a bit short. The next one he was on a good length, but this one was fuller. Edwards not really coming forward, and I think the movement as well would have defeated him. And a good delivery there to finish off the innings here from Guyana.
Well, Guyana would have loved to see some of those earlier in the innings, but guess what? He has done the job here to wrap up the Jamaican innings. 284 all out. We'll get some stats as it relates to that innings, and then we'll prepare for the next innings. Osnet, could you go through the stats there?
Yes, so yesterday Guyana would have won the toss, and they inserted the Jamaicans in. Adrian Ware, he was bowled Isaiah Thorn for 15. Roy, he was LBW to Thorn for 6. Jordan Johnson, he looked very good yesterday. He was caught off a full toss from Rampersad for 48. Weatherborn, he didn't trouble the scorer as he was caught bowled Ramnat. Beckford, he played very well yesterday. Perhaps the batsman of the innings so far, of the match so far. He was LBW to Rampersad for 83. Walker, he played a good little innings, built a very good partnership with Beckford as well. He was caught Thorn off the bowling of Dindial for 24. Hines, he was caught Ramnat off the bowling of Sandia for 7. Northover, he was LBW from Sandia for 27. Thomas, he was caught Ramnat, bowled Thorn for 21. And the last man out, Edwards, he was bowled by Vincent for 19. In terms of the bowling figures, we have Thorn 19 overs, no manos, 3 for 62. Vincent 6 overs, 2 manos, 1 for 22. Ramnat, he only bowled 2 overs, but he got the big wicket there. Weatherborn 1 for 10. Rampersad, he bowled a very long spell yesterday, 20 overs, 2 for 67. Sandia, he bowled well as well. He bowled 16 overs, 2 manos, 3 for 56. Ramsamy, he bowled 5 overs, none for 20. Dindial, he bowled a very good spell as well yesterday, 13 overs, 1 for 40. So Jamaica, after being inserted into bat, they were dismissed for 284. Guyana's innings will start very shortly. So we'll take a short break and we'll return with the Guyanese innings in a while.
So welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. We're just about getting ready to start the replay from Guyana. Their first innings. Jamaica just dismissed after being 268 for 9 overnight. They pushed on to 284 all out. The last man to be dismissed was Edwards. He was bowled. Vincent, crop and neck. Excellent over there by Vincent. Troubled him in all 4 deliveries. So the Guyanese are getting ready. Their openers are at the wicket, and we're talking about Rampatab Ramnath. He is out there. He has been their top scorer so far in this tournament, accumulated 175 runs so far, and with him, wicket-keeping batsman Tumani Caesar, he has scored 116 runs as well during this tournament. So 2 of the leading run scorers for the Guyana unit out there at this stage. 2 of the only 3 to have accumulated more than 100 runs during this tournament. So a lot will be dependent on these 2 batters as they stare down 284. That would be their first target, attempting to get first innings rewards, if you want to put it that way, and then they push on from there, hopefully during the course of the afternoon into tomorrow. The Jamaicans are getting their field together. Sanjay Walker, he is making sure that his fielders are in the right position, and marking his run up now is Edmund. Is it Edwards? All right, so Edwards is going to take the new ball here for Jamaica. So Rian Edwards, from the man from Manchester, he is going to open the bowling here for Jamaica. He has 7 scalps so far this tournament, and we're looking to add a few more during the course of today. At the minute figure, it looks like one of those who would be looking to swing the ball and skid the ball through on surfaces like this. Malcolm Marshall kind of style, but we'll see what happens. He has Ramnath and Caesar. Caesar is going to take first strike here for Guyana as umpire Trudeau indicates that it's time for play.
Well, Edwards, he was the last batsman dismissed, his mode of dismissal. I'm sure he'll be using that as a template to start his bowling.
Well, this one is down the leg side but swung back to the keeper, over, not over. You could see that he was a little uncomfortable on collecting, but he realizes there was a little bit of movement after passing the batsman. And kissing the surface well there already was Edwards.
New ball is going to be very important for Jamaica. We have seen that during the Guyanese bowling innings, as the new ball just gives a little bit more on this particular surface.
This one is hitting the top of the pad. There's an appeal and he's given out LBW. No stroke being offered, and look as if he was struck just in front of the off stump, not offering a stroke, touch high possibly. It could be his only argument, but Jamaica on top.
Yes, a very good start by Jamaica. The height there perhaps was the only concern for the umpire. The fact that he did not play any shot, I would have given the umpire just a little bit more inclination to actually give him out. He's not a very tall man as well, Caesar. So even though it would have hit him perhaps close to the top of his pad, I believe it just would have clipped the top of our stump, Roxanne.
Well, a start that the Guyanese would not have been looking for. They have not yet put a run on the board, and with a few deliveries offered up, there's still one in the hut already. That's Caesar. So Dindial has now joined Ramnath, and Dindial during this tournament has scored 60 runs. So he would need to come to the party during the course of this game if the Guyanese are going to put up a big total here, Osnet.
Not the greatest of returns for Dindial, considering that they've played 3 rounds of matches so far. Coming into this type of situation where they've lost a wicket in the 4th over. In fact, on the second ball of the the innings. It's very difficult. Edwards here would have his tail up, definitely.
So Dindial is getting ready. He is a man from Diamond on the east coast or east bank of Demerara. Let's put it that way. Diamond on the east bank of Demerara. And he is going to be trying to make sure that he can have his Guyanese team putting up a big total. Edwards with other ideas comes up now, and this one is pitched up down the leg side. There's an appeal caught behind him almost being strangled. The appeal was very, very vociferous. But this time umpire Trudeau says not out. Action, action, every ball here so far, Osnet.
Definitely the type of start that Jamaica was looking for, because after they would have batted on just a little bit longer this morning, they were now looking to get into the Guyanese batting lineup. As we see a little bit of weather, Roxelle coming in from that end where the rain normally comes from. Hopefully it blows away.
And this is a full pitch delivery driven back down on the onside. That's going to go into close to the long on boundary. 2 is the result as a full toss met with the full face of the bat in the ideal fashion.
Good start there by Dindial. The type of delivery you would expect early on in your innings. A full toss on the line of the leg stump. Edwards there perhaps looking for a full in swing in Yorker. Just missed his mark by a small margin, and Dindial was able to just choke it nicely down the ground, and he gets off the mark.
So Guyana on the way, 2 for 1, and this is still the first over. Edwards, the last batsman to have been dismissed for the Jamaicans. He comes up now, passes umpire Trudeau into Dindial. This one is outside the off stump and moving further away. And getting a good bit of purchase off of the surface so far. Skiddy customer here. And so far so good for him and the Jamaican team. Posted a mammoth total of 284. And they're well on their way of defending that. And this will be an ideal opportunity for Dindial to get a half century for Guyana today.
Yes, the Guyanese top order has not really produced a good show at the tournament, which is why they're in the position they're in currently. Still a lot of time where they can just settle down and bat. It's a good batting wicket, as we mentioned before, as long as you're able to get in, get used to the pace and the bounce that the wicket is offering. As that ends the first over. At the end of it, it's 2 for 1, Guyana.
Right, so Caesar LBW Edward in that over. There, Ramnot, he has not yet faced a delivery, and Dindial on 2 as the Guyana begin their reply to get up to 284.
Edmond.
So Edmond, who would have enjoyed a stint at bat for the Jamaicans, hit a few lofty strokes. He's going to take up from the pearl best end, taller of the figure of the 2 opening bowlers, that is. And looks as if he enjoys his cricket. Let's see what he offers. He's going to come up now to Ramnath. Edmond takes his first wicket of the competition. Oh my word, that was a nothing delivery basically on the leg stump, and he picked out the only man on the leg side close to the bat, just about a square leg, and picking up a catch there. It looks as if it is Hines. Whoa, this is a really, really big blow for Guyana, Osnet.
Big blow indeed. Ramnath coming off of a century in his previous game. I was just about to mention that on the commentary, but this time around he's very disappointed in that dismissal. As you mentioned, just one man on the leg side, and he was able to just pick him out. And Guyana, they're in a bit of trouble here at 2 for 2.
Well, they're definitely in a lot of trouble because 2 for 2 with 2 of the top runs scorers for the tournament so far back in the hut. Yearwood now joins Dindial. Yep. And Yearwood also from the Demerara area. And so far during this tournament, we'll give you the stats on his performance as he faces up to Edmund. That's ironically Edmund's first wicket in the competition.
We've seen quite a few firsts today. We had Sandy as well. He made today his lucky day in terms of getting a breakthrough, something in the fourth column, as they would say. And Edmund, I think, coming off of that innings, I think he has the confidence to really start his bowling innings well.
Well, Yearwood 153 runs in the tournament so far, Shamar Yearwood, and he is the second highest run scorer so far for Guyana. So this is where his shoulders are going to have to be strong. He's going to have to bat and bat for a long period for Guyana. He faces up to Edmund now. This one he tickles down to the fine long boundary. It's going to go close to the boundary to get one. He's going to come back for two. And they do that very quickly. And so he's off the mark very quickly. A man that I saw here earlier was Osnet, business-like batsman.
Yes, a very busy player. He also has a good bit of power as well and timing, likes to hit the ball hard. But this will require a different type of innings here where he'll be looking to build a partnership with Dindial at the other end.
So it's 4-4-2 Guyana. They're replying to Jamaica's 284. Edmund again to Yearwood. This one he leaves outside the off stump, looking businesslike as he normally does, and looks like he's ready for action. Two slips, a gully, a man at point, a man at cover, mid on, mid off. That's a square leg position that picked up the catch at the first delivery of this over, and the man at fine leg.
Bit of carry there for Edmund, which is good to see. As you mentioned, the wicket will offer a bit for the new ball bowlers. They just have to make sure that they put the ball in the right areas and make the batsmen play as much as possible.
This one down the leg side again as he tries to whip it away. There's an appeal again, but not supported by umpire Bernard. The Jamaicans would have taken this start any day as they try to defend that total. A big total here at Park Hill. And the Guyanese would have to bat in stages to get up to this, Osnet.
Yes, just need to try and form a partnership, nullify the threat of these two opening bowlers. And then as the ball gets older, we've seen that it becomes easier to bat here at Park Hill.
Full best end is where the action is coming from at this stage. It's now with Edmund once more. And he is straying once more down the leg side. This time it looks as if he pulled out of the shot there, Yearwood, and taken by wicketkeeper Northover.
Just not really getting his line right here, Edmund. Even with the delivery that he got the wicket with, it was actually on the line of the leg stump. I think he's getting the ball to shape into the left hander as well, something similar to what we saw from Vincent. And he took a while to really get his line correct as well. So maybe that from that end, just have to be mindful of the wind direction and start these balls perhaps on the line of the off stump coming into the left hander.
This is driven, but straight to the man at mid-off. Can't get a run, but positive looking Yearwood. And this is similar to what we have seen from some of the Jamaicans, and that will be necessary for the Guyanese.
Yes, that's a good template for them to use in terms of the positivity. You don't want to be reckless while trying to be positive, but just playing the ball on its merit. That last delivery is perhaps in the region that Edmund is looking to bowl. But well played there by Yearwood. As we mentioned, he has had a very good tournament with the bat for Guyana, and Guyana will be hoping that he'll be able to bat as long as possible here this afternoon.
So coming back into strike is the East Bank, the man from East Bank, Demerara. That's Dindial. He settles now as Edwards comes up. This one is a good delivery on about the middle leg and turned into the onside. Gets a single. Dindial moves to 3. Guyana 5-4-2.
That's the type of risk-free batting we were alluding to earlier. In terms of just working the ball into gaps. A lot of gaps available with the slip cord and being so packed as it was a delivery ago. It's a matter of working the ball into gaps and putting away the bad deliveries. That will put back some pressure on the Jamaican fielders.
And some pressure is definitely what the Guyanese will want to do here, as Yearwood takes his guard from umpire Trudeau. Still 2 slips in the gully. And now the man from square leg is going to be positioned on the offside. Let's wait and see where he goes. The slip cordon is now strengthened, so there are now 3 slips on the gully for Yearwood. Good move by the Jamaicans.
Yes, a bit more pressure there. There's a big score on the board already, so you can afford to have more close-in fielders.
With a neat run up, Edward into Yearwood. This one got to him and he was down on it. He plays it onto the offside where the gully comes around. Looks as if he was in 2 minds before he played that shot, or he eventually decided which shot he was going to play. But attacking the stumps here is Edwards.
Yes, and that was something perhaps the Jamaican bowlers were, the Guyanese bowlers were not able to do early on in the Jamaican innings in terms of making the opening batsman or the top order batsman play as much as possible.
This one is driven through mid-wicket. It's going to come close to the boundary. Let's see if it does. It rolls very close to the boundary now. Good work by captain. Well, no, that's Beckford. And 2 is the result. So 2 more to Yearwood. He moves to 4. And the score moves to 7. And
I think originally the Yearwood was expecting that one to perhaps go into the boundary. He was a bit reluctant at first to move off for the single. But as we know, because of the rain that we have had overnight and the sluggish nature of the outfield, that ball slowed up as it reached close to the boundary line.
Correct. And so here we go. It's Edwards again to Yearwood. Good battle so far. And this is he's going hard as we have come to expect from him, and that runs into the boundary, into the 3rd man boundary for 4, over the slips, given some width, and he took it and went hard at it.
Similar to what we saw earlier when Thorne was bowling as well. Batsman slashing and slashing hard, and that peeled off the outside edge over the man at slip, and he managed to get himself a boundary. A bit risky there, but I believe the fact that he went hard really played to his advantage in that situation.
You definitely have to go hard at it. That's what we would normally tell our batters when they're going for runs. This is a 3-day activity. 3-day match, and that was a risky stroke, but got value for it. This one is beaten outside the off stump as he tries to play it between, and looks like he was attempting to play between the 3rd slip and gully. And I was just about to say he would be advised not to, because he just got away with one there. Dindial comes down now and has a word with him, Osnet.
A naughty shot, as you would say there, from Yearwood. Delivery not short enough and a bit close to him as well. He'll be better served to leave those deliveries alone outside the off stump.
Support coming here for the Jamaican bowler, Edwards. He comes up now. This one is outside the off stump, and this one is wide, says umpire Trudeau. And so the Guyanese move up to 12. 12 for 2. It would be pleasing to see the Guyanese actually make a challenge of this total, and if they're going to get anywhere close to the 284, we will be in for some exciting and pleasing cricket, Osnet.
Yes, from a neutral standpoint, that is perhaps something we'll be looking forward to. Just good batsmanship, good cricket overall. That's what we're here to see.
This is a good delivery coming back into him, and on a full length there, just managed to keep it out and push it onto the offside. A good over by Edwards, and Yearwood is still there. He's on it, and Dindial on 3.
Slow progress from the Guyanese batsmen. This is an important partnership here for Guyana. Yearwood, as we mentioned before, he has scored quite a bit of runs in the tournament so far. So he'll be looking to capitalize on a good start. It's a good day for cricket, a good pitch. I'm sure as long as he's able to start his innings well, know where his off stump is, he'll be able to cash in there on this Friday afternoon at the Parkway playing field. as Edmond will be continuing from the northern end. As we look to the east, Roxelle, we are seeing some weather coming in. Normally the rain comes from that region as well, so it's not looking too promising there. Hopefully as the wind picks up, it might blow away to our left. We'll have to wait and see. No signs from the groundsman in terms of moving towards the covers, which is always an indication of when the weather is expected to come in. So that's something we'll keep our eyes on as time goes by.
Definitely we will, and we're here waiting on Dindial to get himself settled at the wicket, as Edmond comes up now from the pull best end. This one is outside the off stump and is picking up the line and the length very early and leaves it. Doesn't have to play at those. He knows where his off stump is. That's what he's saying to Edmond. You need to bring it a little closer to me in order for me to play. Edmond walks back, 49 on his back, a tall lad.
He appears to be getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. I think he'll enjoy bowling to the right-hander a bit more. In the last over, bowling against the left-hander seemed to have posed a bit of a challenge for him.
This one's excellent delivery. Looks like it came back a touch as well. Just outside the off stump, but probably over the off stump. And that one beat him as he continues to do the do here for Jamaica, Edmond.
Good start by Edmond. In the previous delivery, I would have made mention of the fact that he perhaps would prefer to bowl to the right-handers because he's getting this ball to move away from the right-handers, similar to what we saw from Vincent when the Guyanese were bowling. So Dindial, he has to be careful here, know which deliveries he's going to play at. He was beaten in the last by the last delivery there from Edmond.
Well, he strengthens the offside. He has a man now at mid-off, and with one fielder only on the leg side. Two, well, actually, comes up now to Dindial. This one comes down to that fielder square, behind square, and he gets a single. So, strange as a touch, but still bowling well here is Edmond.
It's a slight misdirection there with that particular delivery. Perhaps looking for that magic delivery, as they would say. The movement away from the right and sometimes tempt the bowlers to try and start these deliveries on the line of the leg stumps, hoping that it will swing back to the off stump. But in that particular situation, the ball just went down the similar line, the leg stump line, and Dindial there was able to get inside of the line and just walk it down to the man there at deep fine leg.
Yearwood comes into strike now, and as the Walker gets his fielders in the correct position. The man from St. Elizabeth High, that's Edmond. He comes up once more. This one is down the leg side, and now agreeing with your assessment, Osnet, where he seems, because of that movement and the direction in which he's coming, is probably having a little bit more difficulty bowling to the left-hander.
Yes, the right and left hand combination always pose a challenge to bowlers. You always have to be adjusting to the new batsman, so it's something that Guyana would be mindful of as well in terms of rotating the strike and not allowing the Jamaican bowlers to set the ball into one particular batsman.
This is an excellent delivery, hitting the bat very hard. He looked a little bit uncertain there, Yearwood, as he came down on it and standing a little tall. He should be getting that leg out, but I don't know if there was a slight movement through the air, but there we go. It's Edmond once again. This time that was a good delivery to the left-hander.
That is indeed the type of length and line he's actually looking for. It was not full enough for Yearwood to come on the front foot and drive. It was on a good length coming back into him. So hopefully he's able to follow up on that good delivery.
Drives. This goes into the covers. Picked up there neatly by Beckford. Looks like a busy person in the field, Beckford, and that is always good to see. Once you could your major aspect in the game is batting or bowling. In his case, is batting, but saving runs in the field is also important.
At this particular age, you should be busy in the field, Roxelle. You're not 35 years old. Some of these guys are 15, 16. So they should be busy in the field and support the bowlers. The bowlers will need that type of support, especially in a type of wicket like we have here today.
So that is the end of the over. The Guyanese in reply to 284 made by Jamaica. They are 13 for 2. Gone are Caesar, LBW, Edwards without scoring, and the Ramnot Court of Edmund also without scoring. They were lost two very early wickets, and they're still in trouble here at 13 for 2. Yearwood and Dindial on strike. This one is a good delivery on about the off stump, and getting solidly behind it this time is Dindial. He would want to back up his good bowling performance for the Guyanese with a solid innings here. 60 runs in the tournament prior to this innings, and at this stage we would love to end the competition with a 60 odd, 70 odd, or even 100 Osnet.
We were discussing earlier in terms of why is it he was coming into the bowling attack so late, having done so well in the tournament. I guess because of the fact that he's the number 3 batsman. They maybe do not want to burden him with too much of bowling.
Well, it's all about the strategies and plans of the team. And here the plan of the team is definitely for the Guyanese to see off this new ball, see off the threat, to build a big innings and bat through the rest of this day and see how close they can get to that 284.
It's a daunting target, and it's just a matter of ticking off in blocks, maybe blocks of 20, and see how far they can get this afternoon without being bowled out.
Edward has other ideas. This one is played uppishly as he pitched that one up on the off stump. One bounce into Walker, who got his body behind it and did not allow it to get past him. And probably not stretching out that leg to the pitch as you would conventionally say it would be up the right technique. I put that in inverted commas.
Yes, he was perhaps looking to hit that through a little bit straighter. Once again, we're trying to distinguish between Walker and Beckford, even when they were batting.
Yes.
Similar build in the field as well.
This one is a good delivery, but turned on to the onside again. A nice sound coming from the bat, nice crisp sound. He looks very wristy, Dindial. Looks like one of those who plays well off his pads as well, Osnet.
Most Guyanese batsmen are. If we could go back to the likes of Ramner, Sawan, Shivner and Shandapur, they play very well off their legs.
Carl Hooper. My
yes.
God, he's just tremendous.
Yes, how can I forget the great Sir Carl?
Before you know it, he had 100 and you wonder where the runs came from. Edwards, he would not want more runs to be scored as he comes up now. This is outside the off stump and left alone this time by Dindial. And he has kept a pretty good line and length, Edwards, as he probes away here for the Jamaicans. Having a good bit of support coming from his slip cordon as they should.
Appears to be getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. Haven't seen him bring it back as yet. I don't know if he has that ability. But so far he has been going across Dindial. Dindial has to be mindful of the fact that perhaps he can bring it back at some point in time.
This one looks like it came back a touch, as you ask. I'm not sure because again we're from a square leg, but that was a good delivery, and he was playing down one line, and it looks as if it just passed the off stump there, Osnet.
Very good end there from Edwards. He has looked impressive so far. Good pace, getting the ball to move off the pitch as well, and causing some discomfort for the two Guyanese batsmen.
So Guyana trying to build an innings here, trying to recover from the 2 wickets they've lost. They're 13 for 2. Yearwood is there on 4. He comes into strike now, and Dindial is his partner on 4. Both from the Demerara area, one from the East Bank, Diamond Demerara area, and Yearwood here also from Demerara. He fiddles with his gloves, something we have come to see quite frequently. He takes a view of his field as Edmund prepares to come to him once more. This one is taken on the pad, but it's he's trying to turn that one. Umpire Bernard says not out. Jamaicans very boisterous in their appeals. As Dindial comes down to tell Yearwood once more, you're a good batsman. Those are let's just see out this difficult period and ensure that we can push on a little later on this afternoon.
That is indeed the art of batsmanship. Negotiating the difficult periods and then scoring when the opportunities present themselves. This has been a very difficult start for both batsmen, but it's just a matter of seeing off the new ball. Both fast bowlers, as we know, they have a maximum of 6 overs that they can bowl in a particular spell.
Down the leg side again as cries of catch him. This time, obviously, well, not obviously, but umpire Bernard says not out. Didn't seem to get anywhere close to it. And he's trying to work out when would he be able to get a touch onto those. But also skidding off quite nicely over the surface is Edmund. Just need to get in the right areas more consistently.
Especially against the left-hander. We have seen him struggle against the left-hander so far, not getting the right length. He actually managed to get a couple of deliveries on the right line and length and was able to trouble Yearwood. But by extension, he has really been on the leg stump, moving down the leg side, which really doesn't trouble the batsman.
This one is outside the off stump this time, coming across the left-hander, collected neatly by North over. This is my first opportunity seeing him with the gloves. He's been quite neat so far.
Yes, bit of inconsistent pace coming off the wicket. Seen some deliveries dying before he reached the wicketkeeper. So by now he should have been able to assess where exactly he needs to stand and also direct the slip cordon as well.
Edmund to Yearwood. Oh, this is a great delivery. Really pushing Edmund back. He played it very late and it bounced between him and over the stumps. And that's a moral victory there for Edmund. He's getting it right now to left-handers. Another conversation from between the batsmen in the middle. Testing time here for the two batters at the crease.
Edmund appears to be a skiddy type of bowler, and what we've seen so far today as well, Roxel, bowling from that northern end, the ball seemed to be skidding through a bit quicker than from the other end. Even when Vincent was bowling his first spell this morning, it was evident that the ball was doing a bit more coming from that end, and we're seeing the same here with Edmund as well.
Can he use it to his advantage? He comes now from the Pearl best end, and he's going to go by umpire Bernard and offer up to Yearwood. This one is a short delivery, first of a few that we would hopefully see from him. Yearwood was behind it, and making sure Yearwood knows I have another part of my armory, so to speak. Looks back at Yearwood, has a few words, and now walks back to his bowling mark. Is Edmund.
Good testing length, a bit shorter, perhaps not as short as he would like it to be. Yearwood there was able to negotiate it comfortably in the end. There's a man just 3/4 way back on the square leg boundary before a missed time pull shot, and there's also a man at fine leg, deep fine leg.
This one is outside the off stump, skidding off and through the batsman, also through the gloves of North over. He's now wringing his hands because that one did kiss the surface and came through with a bit more pace there, Osnet.
A good over there from Edmund. Looked threatening throughout that over. A maiden over as well. And Guyana, they remain on 13 for the loss of 2 wickets.
We're having some words of encouragement from the coaches downstairs, from the Guyanese. Those two cannot bowl all day, and that's for sure. If they do run through their 6, they're going to have to take an hour's break before they can actually be employed again. And so These batters for the Guyanese will have to keep their heads on. Dindial has been impressive so far. And he faces up to Edwards once more. 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, a man at cover, mid on, mid off. One behind square and a fine leg. Comes up now over the wicket, passes umpire Trudeau. And this is a left outside the off stump, a full pitch delivery. Just need to be a little closer now, Edward.
It's a teasing delivery there, I would say. Dindial in previous over was looking to drive through the offside. So Edwards was perhaps trying to tempt him to go for that big booming cover drive. He has 2 slips and a gully in place. So it's just a matter of patience here from Dindial, getting through this particular spell and be able to move on from there.
There's a Yorker dug out eventually there by Dindial. Really testing bowling here by Edwards. On the money this time, and Dindial had to come down on it hard, and that he did, kept it out. Walks away now and continues to rehearse a few of those shots to dig out Yorkers. What would you have done, Osnet, in your time? Use the bat, or you're pushing those toes away? At the
Definitely
same time,
need to get the bat down and the toes away from those type of deliveries. Those are what we call toe crushers.
Let's see if we see another one here now. No, this is a full toss outside the off stump. Doesn't get enough on it, as it seems like it got the inner portion of the bat and it went onto the onside there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of uncertainty in the running as well. This is the second time we are seeing a delivery going to the right of the man there, Beckford, and mid-on. Perhaps a comfortable single, but it was refused there from Yearwood. So that is also something that they need to be mindful of in terms of being positive in their calling. They can't afford to get a run out at this particular point in time. It's a good shot in terms of coming back and walking that one once again to the right of the man there at mid-on. This time they come through comfortably for a single. So Dindial, his personal tally goes up to 5. It's now 14 for the loss of 2. Guyana responding to Jamaica's 284 all out. The left-hander comes into strike in the form of Yearwood. So there's 3 slips for the left-hander, a gully, a man at point, a man in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, and a man down at deep fine leg. Another foolish then from Edwards. Dug out well there by Yearwood. Can't score. Score remains on 14 for the loss of 2. Guyana in a bit of trouble early here in response to that mammoth Jamaican total.
Yes, definitely, and the crowd continues to get into the game. Seems like the groundsmen are having a good afternoon as well. As Edward comes from the road end, and this one is tickled. It's gonna go fine. Let's see if it gets into the boundary. So it does at this time, and attempting that stroke on numerous occasions. Yearwood, he gets this one. Now he moves to 12. I make it Edmond on 12, and the score to 18 for 2. 17 for 2. Okay.
Another delivery there on the line of the leg stump. Both bowlers so far finding it difficult to really adjust to the right and left hand combination, and that's something Guyana should really try and benefit from in terms of working the ball into gaps and making it difficult for the bowlers to really adjust to the 2 different type of batsmen.
Right, so the scorers trying to make sure that they get it sorted. I believe it's 18, with Dindial on 5 and Yearwood on 12. And it's been a long tournament, a lot of work, and so you would expect a little error here and there as we go about the final days of this tournament. It's been pleasing the opportunity to also give coverage and see some of the young budding cricketers in action. Thomas again, this time to Dindial. He turns it neatly into the onside to the mid-wicket person, and there's that is vacant, and so he gets two very easy, very easily there, completing two. Osnat.
Good batting by Dindial. So far we have seen him made these small deflections into the leg side, and he has been able to get singles and twos. Again, I'll be hoping that he continues in that particular vein.
Well, I think your words may be coming to fruition here, as it looks as if it's getting darker on the eastern section. The rains may be coming across. I've not seen any major movements from the ground staff yet, but it's Edmund. This time again to Dindial, a full pitch delivery in the Yorker length area once more, and I think Dindial may need a new bat by the end of this game, because he's having to do a lot of work digging out these full pitch Yorker length deliveries.
Yes, he has played well so far. Have kept out a lot of good deliveries from the Jamaican fast bowlers, but at the same time he has been able to walk the ball into gaps, which is important from his perspective as well as Guyana's success in this particular game.
All right, so the closing ceremony is going to be at... Oh, that's a pleasant drive again into the offside, straight to the man at mid-off. That's Beckford. And so as the tournament winds down, the closing ceremony is going to be at on Saturday. And so the top performers, they are going to be awarded, and we did have some very good performers in the competition. Again, Osnat, as we said yesterday, we must compliment the youngsters, because they've just come off of a very long break of cricket to come into 3-day cricket, and it's not easy playing this kind of cricket when you have not done that so for a long time, and then most of your games prior to this tournament may have been 50 overs or 20 overs, regardless of, and probably with the exception of the Windies Islands, who had a 2-day tournament. Quite a difficult task to come and play 4-5 rounds of matches over 3 days in a strange land, so to speak.
Difficult indeed. It's always difficult to transfer from one format of the game to another. Most of these youngsters, this is perhaps their first 3-day tournament. So
that's a wake-up call. That's a tremendous short delivery by Edmund. This is what we wanted to see. He has given us glimpses of it, but this was a well-directed short delivery.
Good short delivery, just reminding Dindial that he has that in his armory. Dindial perhaps would have gotten used to the fuller deliveries that they've been attempting to bowl so far. But as the opening bowler, you're always required to just keep the batsman guessing. And that's a good short delivery there by Edmund.
Edmund comes again, this time to Dindial. Short rising delivery once more. This time he's on his toes and behind it in the correct fashion, and trying to fight as much as he can here for the Guyanese. He's done that well so far, and they are 20 for 2. Dindial himself is on 7 and Yearwood on 12.
Another good over by Edmund. The two Guyanese batsmen continue to fight and trying to work out as much as possible where they can score, but also trying to build a partnership, keeping out the good deliveries and trying to put away the bad deliveries. It's been a good opening balls from the Jamaican bowlers as well. So it's just a matter of getting through this period and hopefully build on whatever partnership they're able to establish.
This looks very ominous, the clouds just to our east here, Osnet.
Surprisingly, we're not seeing the groundsmen going towards the covers.
It's quite interesting. Edwards are going to continue. This is his, let's get that right, 5th over. Comes up now to Yearwood. This one is down the leg side. Yearwood tries to cash in on it again. This time doesn't make contact. Rehearses 2 strokes. One lofted to the mid-wicket area, and one with a straighter bat, probably wide of where mid-on is. And he would want to bat for a very long time here. Yearwood before this innings, as we said, just over 150 runs in the tournament. One of the 3 top batters for the Guyanese. This one is struck on the pad as he looks to turn it on the onside. The inner side tire portion of that pad probably beating the leg stump according to umpire Trudeau. Not a good delivery from Edwards.
Not a good delivery. This delivery perhaps starting on the line of off stump and moving into the left-hander. So far we have seen Edwards having the ability to move the ball away from the right-handers and getting it to come back into the left-handers. So that delivery perhaps just heading down the leg side slightly.
So I think we're about to see some movement from the ground staff as you did indicate, where those clouds do accumulate. That's where the cause of concern for rain here. And this one, another cause for concern as Yearwood attempted to hit that through the leg side. Again, didn't make contact, ricocheted into his pads, and they've completed a leg by.
Not a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Edwards just can't seem to find his line against the left-hander. The same can be said about Edmond from the other end. The right and left-hand combination definitely posing a challenge for both of these opening bowlers.
So we're possibly gonna let you know that we may be in for a stoppage very soon, because these clouds are very, very dark and they're coming from that gully, that valley area where all the rain comes from. Edmond from the road end this time though. He comes into Dindial, a good delivery on about the middle stump. Dindial once again correctly behind it, and it looks very solid, looks compact, and the returns he's had so far are not very synonymous to what we're seeing in terms of the quality he's offering.
Yes, a bit of an underachiever so far in the tournament with the bat. As the number 3 batsman, number 3 is a very important batsman in a cricket team. And his returns of 66 runs at the beginning of this innings, definitely not something he was looking forward to.
Well, he leaves that outside the off stump as it pitched and went away from the right-hander. Getting the advice, getting some information from Yearwood as it pertains to how many deliveries are remaining. Always a good sign when that kind of communication between batsmen, keeping your partner in the know and in gear, so to speak, Osnet.
It's all part of building a partnership. Both of you have to know each other's game, know each other's strength and weakness, and be able to communicate frequently.
A shot down the leg side, you could hear the effort there, but they were badly directed on that occasion. He did put some effort in that, probably one of the shorter deliveries he may have bowled in his innings, assessing where he's landing. That's the end of another over, and they cover the ground staff are accumulating around the covers. They are definitely picking the pieces up now because the rain definitely is on us. Seems that we may get another over in before the interruption, which is ominous. Clouds are definitely ominous as they come around. The rains are on the seas as well. It's Edmondo trying to get another wicket, a third scalp here for the Jamaicans. Walker making sure he gets his feelers in the right position. He pushes his square leg back almost on the boundary. Deep in his wicket now is Yearwood. This is a good rising delivery outside the off stump. Left it at the last minute on length, I believe. Really good battle between Edmond and Yearwood here.
Yeah, Edmond is looking a bit deceptive in terms of his pace. His run-up is not suggesting that he's bowling that quickly, but he's just kissing the surface and getting the ball to skid on to the batsman, causing a bit of discomfort whenever he lines up these deliveries in the right place, especially against Yearwood.
This one, he goes onto the back foot and punches it in the point area, and the attempt of run out from Weatherborn was at the non-striker's end. He was in quite comfortably Yearwood. He moves on to 13, and the Guyanese, they inch up to 22 for 2. Lost 2 very, very early wickets. One with the second ball and one in the second over, the first ball of the second over. So they were on the back foot very, very early in their chase of 284.
The wind has picked up a bit, but I still think that we're going to get some rain at some point this afternoon. The groundsmen are on the ready. Hearing some local knowledge in the background as well, our spectators.
Another probing delivery from Edmond on the money, right on the middle stump, and really hitting the bat very hard. Behind it comfortably and compactly is the man with the number 4 on his back. That's Dindial. I said 74 or 4? 74, correct? Yep. Continues to fight the good fight here for Guyana. As Edmond, the short rising delivery. This is a good delivery. This is another quick delivery. You did see he is deceptive, but that was really hitting the surface hard and kissing off, as we've been saying before. A nice short delivery there from Edmond.
Yes, he has tried that delivery before against Dindial. Both batsmen to some effect, some good effect. Just bending his back a bit more. Getting that one to go through nicely to wicketkeeper north over.
This one playing back along the strip a little uppishly and doing good work in his return follow through. That is Edmond. As you did see, the winds have picked up and rains seem to be sliding away. That could be good signs. The umpires may seem to have some local knowledge, although they're not from St. Vincent.
Yes, I think that's perhaps something you do in your groundwork, preparatory work as an umpire. Get to know where the weather normally comes from. The wind has picked up quite a bit.
And, picking up with his pace here is Edmond. His bowler really pleasing over, and solidly again behind that one is Dindial. Nothing loose to free their arms, but they're still fighting and being really competitive in the middle here, the Guyanese pair.
Yes, they continue to battle on, soldier on. I'm sure the captain and management team of the Guyana cricket team would be quite happy with their effort so far. It's been a difficult opening spell from both Jamaican fast bowlers, but they've been able to dig in, and so far so good.
Yes, so the umpire is still in the ascendancy in terms of the call so far. The rains have seemed to have gone north of us here, and that will be pleasing to the cricket lovers.
I think if you're fortunate enough, the wind might be able to just blow this rain to the north, as you said.
This is a full toss. It's called a no ball as they come through for a second extra. So 2 no balls there. Score moves to 24. One of those the deliveries you see from fast bowlers when their palms may be a little damp and they lose a little control.
I think the umpire will be giving him a warning as well. It's a delivery above the waist height as a fast bowler. Always dangerous for the batsman. He's into his 6th over. Should be the last over of his spell. He'll be getting a bit tired as well.
Yes, his 6th over, the allocation on a trot for the fast bowlers in this competition. Edwards. This time coming around the wicket to, my word, that smash through the covers. That's going to go into the boundary now for 4. That's an excellent shot. Dindial has been defensive for most of his innings, but this was in his slot, and he did what he was supposed to do, smacking it through the covers.
It's a wonderful shot there by Dindial. He attempted something similar earlier. This time around, with Edwards coming around the wicket, the delivery actually coming into him, it made it a little bit easier for him to just open the face of the bat. All he had to do is beat the man here at cover Walker, and he was able to get 4 runs.
So the Guyanese push on to 28 for 2. Dindial is on 11, Yearwood on 12. He faces up again to Edward. This one is full toss, and there's the same result, same boundary, same area, just to the left of Walker, and 2 juicy opportunities here for Dindial to score, and he didn't miss out on it.
Another good shot there, this time a bit of a gift. Perhaps Ed was getting to nearing the end of his spell. Perhaps a bit of fatigue setting in. Another full toss, and Dindial says thank you very much and punch it in the same region for 4.
And we see the supporters for the Guyanese team. All 2 of them have traveled all the way from Guyana. Joda's parents, mom and dad, they're asking the Guyanese to bat on as long as they possibly can, and they would need that. So we have an extra man on the cover area here now with Roy as Edwards comes in, and this one is outside the off, some pull pitched as well, but he wasn't drawn into playing a stroke there, Osnet.
Well played there by Dindial, not getting greedy. After getting 2 consecutive boundaries, he was able to just watch that delivery go by outside the off stump. Just need to continue to concentrate, see off this opening burst by Edwards, and see the other bowlers that the Jamaican team have to offer.
A few sprinkles coming across the ground, but Edwards comes up again to Dindial. This one is on the pads as an appeal, but looks as if that was going to be beating the leg stump, and Hines, it looks like, coming away from the square leg position, does the fielding. A
slight drizzle coming across the ground now, Roxell. The wind has aided in terms of moving away some of those dark clouds we saw earlier in the region that the weather normally comes from. But I still think we'll be able to get a drizzle.
Again outside the off stump, but this one dies in front of Northover, and it's going to run into, very close to the boundary. Go to the footballing skills as we come to know it from Jamaica, one of the better teams in the Caribbean as it relates to football. And he saved his team 2 byes. The score moves on to 34 as that one eluded Northover. It looks like it fell just in front of him, Osnet.
Bit of inconsistency in terms of the pace of the wicket. We mentioned that earlier, and Northover there having his work cut out today in terms of deliveries coming to him at knee height and some at foot height.
This is a pleasant drive, but all along the ground onto Beckford, who is at mid-on. He does the fielding. The over comes to an end. Guyana continues to push on, and they are developing a partnership here now. They are 34 for 2. Yearwood on 12 and Dindial on 15.
Yes, the drizzle getting a little bit heavier now, and we see both umpires signaling to the groundsmen to bring on the covers. I think it will be a short break. Don't think the weather is looking as bad as it was perhaps 10 minutes ago. The wind has definitely helped in terms of blowing away some of the dark clouds we had settling up earlier. So we are having a short break here because of a heavy drizzle.
Now, who would you think this break will favor? Because the batters seem to have been getting in, eventually trying to weather the storm, so to speak, and now being a little bit more comfortable. The Jamaicans will come back and reassess things, and the batsmen have to start all over once more.
Yes, it's an opportunity for both teams to really reassess. Jamaica, they had a good start in terms of the early wickets, but this partnership so far has been able to nullify the threat of their opening bowlers. Guyana, the partnership is just beginning to blossom, so they would have wanted to perhaps continue without this particular break, but nevertheless they have a chance to speak to management and perhaps point out any little areas they can improve on and how they should go about batting and continue to construct their innings.
All right, so at this break where the Jamaicans, they were dismissed for 284, the Guyanese in reply are 34 for 2. We'll take a break and we'll come right back. Welcome back. Welcome back to Park Hill. We're going to have another 40 minutes or so play. Well, it should be 50 minutes or so play before the tea interval. That has been pushed back. And so tea would now be taken at 3:10. Also, that's an opportunity for the bowlers from Jamaica to again run at these batters from Guyanese. The Guyanese batsmen who have gotten in before the break would now need to restart.
Yes, they will need to start over their innings. Very good bowling conditions. Bit of wind blowing across the ground. A lot of sunshine, so the bowler should feel fresh. Edmond, he's into his 6th over, so this should be the last over of his spell. Previously, Edwards, he would have bowled 6 overs as well, so it will be interesting to see the first and second change bowlers for Jamaica.
Question for you, Osnet. Does the break come into consideration when we're talking about the rest of these fast bowlers?
Well, they would have seen what has transpired so far in terms of the two opening bowlers, the lines and lengths that they have bowled, how the batsmen have been able to cope with those deliveries. So it's up to them to now come and try and execute their bowling plans.
Edmond to Yearwood. Yearwood is coming down hard on a full pitch delivery and gets it out to point once more. Weatherborn does the fielding. He would have to be impressive in the field because didn't offer much in the in the batting aspect. He goes all the way up to the stumps and has a few words with Yearwood. Do you think you can beat me? Try and see if you could beat me at the point area in the next 4 deliveries. That's what Weatherborn may be asking him, challenging him, Osnet.
Yes, the fielders have a role to play in terms of supporting the bowlers. There's not a lot in this particular wicket, so any support in the field will be greatly welcomed by the fast bowlers especially.
This is a good delivery, leaving it at the last minute. There is Yearwood. Continue from where he left off is Edmond. Has been very impressive for the Jamaicans so far this bowling inning.
You mentioned the break earlier. Both camps would have spent some time discussing what has transpired so far in terms of the bowling effort of Jamaica and the batting effort of Guyana. Both coaches would have pointed out areas that both teams would have needed to improve on. In terms of the bowling from Jamaica, a few loose deliveries were creeping in the latter stages of that particular spell, especially from Edwards from the road end. Guyana, they lost some wickets originally, but the partnership has been successful so far, so they will just be looking to build on that partnership moving forward.
Well, they definitely would want to build as strong as the Kaito falls this afternoon and bat for the rest of the afternoon, and runs hopefully would flow like the waters at that fall. As there we go, he plays it into the mid-wicket area. He gets one coming off the square leg boundary. It looks like Hines does the fielding, and one more to the score. Yearwood moves on to 13, and the Guyanese to 35 for 2.
Actually.
15. Yearwood, 15?
It's 35 for 2.
Okay, 35 for 2. All right, so both batters on 15 and 35 for 2 Guyana. Dindial has been impressive. He has been very solid. Probably the lesser of the two in terms of the batsman being troubled. But he still has to bat a long period there for Guyana. Edmond again. Passes umpire Bernard. Drives comfortably and competently down to mid-off. Beckford.
We're seeing a similarity in terms of both matches going on at the moment. The Barbadian match, Barbados batting first, 279 for 9, 8 declared. And Leeward Islands in reply, they are 80 for 2. A similar situation here, it's just that Guyana, they are 35 for 2. So both games going along the same path in terms of the team batting first, making a big total, and trying to put some pressure on the team batting second.
Probably also agreeing with the comment of Stanley Gunny Hines as it relates to the type of surfaces. They're quite similar in his view.
An interesting delivery there, Roxelle. A short delivery on the line of the leg stump. A bit of pace. The wicketkeeper there, perhaps surprised by the bounce, not taking it cleanly. Batsman came through for a single. Fielder there throwing at the non-striker's end. Perhaps a direct hit would have made things interesting in that particular situation.
Definitely, and Guyana would not want to lose a wicket via the run-out route at this stage. That would be extremely difficult. And so we have a substitute fielder, is it? Trying to figure out what's going on. Yes, a substitute fielder for Johnson. Johnson is off, so the number 10 will get his name for you. This has been summoned to duties. So we have now is Thomas. Sherwin Thomas is going to take up the attack. Strong, strapping young man. And he was asking about what we had to say about his dismissal yesterday when he got that short rising delivery that he could not get out of the way. He got a naughty delivery yesterday, and he was asking what our commentary was like as he tried to get out of the way of that delivery.
Yes, a sharp delivery, a sharp lifting delivery from Thorne. After looking very comfortable, that really took us by surprise. That's just the nature of the game. Sometimes you feel settled at the crease and then the bowler comes up with something good. You just have to give him the plaudits in that situation.
He is probably going to try and replicate this. It's Thomas now. He will offer up now to Dindial. This one is on the leg stump and turned away, backward of square, gets a single very easily. Dindial. And Thomas looks like he can offer up some juice here as well on this surface.
Traditionally, we know Jamaica, they are also known for their fast bowling prowess. In contrast to the Guyanese bowling effort, we saw 2 fast bowlers and then Ramnath, he would have come in for 2 overs and then they've reverted to their spinners. Yes. Jamaica perhaps would continue to persist with their pacers. You're seeing Thomas now, and it will be interesting to see who comes from the other end. We have not seen Jamaica played before, so we are just trying to find out the bowling options that they present.
This one is shortish and a punch wide of the man at mid-off, gets a single. Yearwood moves to 16. Both batters on 16 and the score to 38 for 2.
A bit of drizzle coming across the ground again. Nothing heavy, just enough to keep the umpires guessing. The ground staff not really at the ready at this point in time. But I think this is what we'll come to expect throughout the afternoon. Periods of a slight drizzle. And if it gets too heavy, I believe the umpire would definitely signal to the groundsmen to bring on the covers.
Yes, you didn't know that we're on a flood watch, a flood watch, so to speak, until this evening. Thomas is in or until tomorrow morning, was it? All right.
I guess tomorrow at midday. Thomas, he has a very good bowling action. Seems to be a strong guy. Puts in a lot, especially in his delivery stride. So hopefully he'll be looking to start well and pose some problems for the Guyanese batsmen.
Well, Thomas, the man from Clarendon, is coming from the road end. Student of the Gavin Massio High School, offers now to Dindial. Dindial gets a short delivery and punishes it beautifully. That's a confident stroke. That's a commanding stroke. One bounce into the cow corner boundary for 4.
Magnificent pull stroke there. It's always good to see the pull shot being employed by batsmen. Thomas there trying to test out the middle of the wicket, not having the pace to really trouble Dindial on that particular occasion. The ball getting softer, as we mentioned before. It gets a lot easier for batting as time goes by.
Well, Thomas's brother O'Shane would not be happy with that delivery, too short, and he will now try to answer with a better reply. Let's see. This one is outside the off stump, a fuller length, just still on a shortish trajectory, but this time Dindial equal to the task and leaves it outside the off stump.
Now that you mentioned the fact that he's O'Shane Thomas' brother, I'm wondering if he modeled his action on O'Shane's, because there are definitely some similarities in terms of the run-up and delivery stride. Maybe not as much pace as O'Shane.
Still growing.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to surpass the achievements of his brother.
This one is again knocking, dug deep into the wicket and going just over the stumps and allowing it to go there is Dindial. This could be an exciting period with two attacking batsmen and a bowler who definitely looks as if he's going to be attacking the stumps and the batsman with short deliveries.
A good over there by Guyana, getting 6 runs off that over. Risk-free cricket from them. Just putting the ball into gaps and a wonderful pull stroke in that over from Dindial. He has been impressive so far. And Guyana will be hoping that he'll be able to bat as long as possible and take the innings forward.
So we have another bowling change. Let's see, is this Hines? Yes, it looks like Alex Hines. And we're going to see what he offers up.
Well, we know his father used to bowl some gentle medium. Some good outswingers as well. He was a favourite under the captaincy of Brian Lara, indeed. Even in the Champion Trophy 2004 against England, I can recall him picking up a couple of key wickets. But he appeared to be a left-arm spinner. So let's see how he goes.
Sure, getting some good cricket in history, West Indian cricket in history from Osnet there. As Alex Hines, the man from Kingston. And this is a good delivery. A left arm orthodox it looks like as he comes through to Yearwood. Yearwood is behind that one. He has one slip, a man at point, cover point. And this one is outside your stump. He backs away and not probably the best option at this stage as he tried to punch it through the point area. That's Yearwood. Hines again. This one he gets to the right of Wedderburn at point, gets a single. They've been running, they've been trying to get the singles, but some of the singles have been taken have been a bit risky, Osnet.
Actually, I think Wedderburn is not the most mobile in the field, so maybe they have realized that the delivery going to his right, not the best of returns as well, but it's all about putting pressure on the bowler, the fielders. But you don't want to be too careless in terms of taking a single that is not really available.
So they push on to 43 for 2. Yearwood on 17, Dindial on strike now. He's on 20. Gets a good delivery, probably the best of the over so far. On the money there, and he acknowledges it as he walks away. It's been solid. It's been the batsman of class so far in this innings. And he would like to push on. This one is another good delivery, just on a good length coming in to the right-hander. He's solidly behind it. You can see the cricket ball marks on that bat, like he's played some big innings with that bat before. This one he punches into the covers, and coming around is Roy. Does the fielding? The over comes to an end. Assess the option there from Hines as he offered up that first one, Osnet.
A steady over from Hines. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air. Seems to be somebody who's going to be tight on the stumps. Guyana's batsmen over the years have been known to play spin very well. So I think this is a key portion of the game in terms of how they handle Hines. If you could go back to the first innings with Jamaica, they were able to manipulate the spin very well, being positive, using their feet against the spinners. So it will be interesting to see if the Guyanese batsmen employ a similar tactic against Hines.
So Sherwin Thomas is going to continue. He has 3 wickets so far in the tournament, looking for his 4th as he comes up now. He has to abort his run as Yearwood was not quite ready. He now settles into his stance. And Thomas, just 3 scalps so far, looking for his 4th. This one is short of a length and coming into the left-hander, solidly again behind it. He is. And the batsmen seem to be quite comfortable since the restart, Osnet.
Yes, Yearwood has looked good all tournament. His runs, even though we'll say it's a reasonable return, I'm sure he'll not be totally satisfied with those returns. So he'll be looking to make a big one, especially in this particular innings. A good batting wicket. He has been there. He has had a good start. He has looked like he has a lot of time to play his shots.
So And he turns neatly behind square. He's going to get a single. Full delivery on about the middle and leg and turned away. Yearwood moves to 7th, 18. And the Guyanese push on to 44-42.
Yes, I think it's all about trying to make the Jamaican bowlers work as hard as possible to really dismiss you as a batsman. You don't want to be gifting wickets to the opposition, especially on a wicket like this, where it's easy pace. The bowlers have really had to toil hard on this particular wicket.
So the man from backward of square moves around to the mid-wicket boundary. As Thomas comes up now to Dindial. So another good delivery, short and rising, solidly behind it. You can see him looking at the ball as it hits the middle of that well-used bat. Rehearsing a stroke now where he thought he might have been able to work it into the onside. Vast acres of land on the onside there, Osnat.
Yes, that's a shot that Dindial has played well throughout his innings so far. Just deflecting it on the leg side and earning himself a single.
It's an excellent delivery. This one rushed him a bit and had to come down hard on it. It was almost there at a Yorker length and probably just getting into his work here and pushing the bat back a bit there now. Showing Thomas.
Yes, Thomas. I'm wondering if there's a case for perhaps both bowlers switching ends. What we've seen so far, the fast bowlers look to be a little bit more threatening coming from the northern end, and the spinners were able to get a bit more tone and porches from this end.
Very good observation. Thomas again. This one is outside the off stump, and at the last minute he decides to leave. There's some signal with his arm saying it probably kept a little lower than he expected. And now rehearsing that leave alone shot. Walks away. Dindial has been leading the batting here this evening for the Guyanese, and he has good partnership so far with Yearwood. A partnership they will want to continue to grow and to last up to the end of play today. He's behind this one again, and seems like every delivery that Thomas bowls, there's a shout of anguish from one of his fielders. The over comes to an end. Guyana continues to be solid after their very, very rocky start. 44 for 2.
Yes, another solid over there from Thomas. Perhaps a bit short in that over. Dindial was up to the challenge, most of those deliveries. He'll just be looking to continue in the same vein. A partnership of 42 so far. Remember, Guyana were 2 for 2. So both of these batsmen have done well in terms of negotiating the threat of the Jamaican bowlers. And I'm sure they'll be looking to build on this partnership and take Guyana forward.
So since the resumption, the overs to be completed would have been reduced to 57. So let's see if we get anywhere close to that with a few clouds around. Hines again. Yearwood decides to leave outside the off stump. The man at slip seems to think that might have been closer than Yearwood thought. And Dindial is now coming and giving him some advice in terms of making sure he covers that off stump Osnet.
I think we've seen that before, both batsmen having a chat in the middle of the wicket, just encouraging each other.
This one he punches wide off, mid off, gets a single. Bedford does the fielding. Yearwood moves to 19. It's 45 for 2 Guyana.
You mentioned a minimum of 55 overs for the days, 57 overs for the day's play. I think that would be very difficult considering the bowling options for Jamaica so far. And with Guyana, they would have employed a lot of spinners, so they were able to get through their overs yesterday very quickly. So far, we have seen one slow bowler from Jamaica in the form of Hines. So that just might be a little bit difficult to complete in terms of the quota of overs for the day. But we'll watch and see.
This one was a little quicker through the air and beating Dindial, first of a few that we've seen now. He was looking as well to turn it on the onside, probably closing the face a little earlier. But that was a quicker delivery, one of the few that we've seen so far from Hines.
Yes, maybe just heading down the leg side with the angle, not turning back enough to really convince the umpire that That was LBW.
This one is short and going through the legs of the man at a backward point. Gets a single. Dindial rushed through to the man there. And Dindial continues to push on. He moves to 21. And the score up to 46, 46-4-2. Not a lot of threat so far from Hines. It's been steady. They've had some shorter deliveries. Let's see what he offers now to Yearwood. This one is a flighted one outside the off stump. Well flighted, but Yearwood not drawn into playing a rash stroke. Knows the importance of his innings, knows the importance of his wicket. And would want to set himself small targets. First of all, to get to tee. Again outside the off stump and left alone by Yearwood. Another steady over from Hines, Osnet.
Yes, a good start by him so far. 2 overs with 3 runs. Steady, not overly threatening as you would say. Yearwood always looking to be positive, even in his defense. He's also positive as well, which is good to see. So at the end of the 16th over, it's 46 for the loss of 2. Guyana responding to Jamaica's first innings total of 284.
Right, so we're going to have some more action here from the road end with Sherwin Thomas. He has been definitely hitting the surface pretty hard. Strong man, Clarendon youth, as he comes up now to offer up to Dindial. This one is a back of a length and getting on top of it just on the off stump there is Dindial. Plays it to the man coming from gully. This is what I like to see from our tall young fast bowlers. They running in hard and hitting the surface equally as hard and attacking the batsman, asking questions all the time. And a few variations would be required to complete the armory here, Osnet.
Yes, especially on this type of wicket where it's not really conducive to fast bowlers. But we've seen some good spells so far throughout this test match.
That was an awesome delivery. Looks as if from our vantage point may have just climbed over the off stump as it was left on length, I believe, there by Dindial. His judgment has been good. His judgment has been excellent. And another one that he has done good work in terms of judging.
Whenever you leave deliveries outside the off stump, and as long as they miss the stump, we classify your judgment as being good. But if it has to tip the top of the off bill, then is where we'll question your judgment. I think also it might be a bit of overreaction from the Jamaican fielders, just trying to get into the mind of Dindial.
This does not go into the mind of anybody, but goes into the boundary. That's a pleasant stroke. He got on top of it and punched it between the man at point and gully, and that was well played as well by Dindial. Classy
from Dindial. That delivery just offering a little bit more width outside the off stump. Got onto his toes. He's not the tallest of players, and he was able to punch it through a gully point region and gets another boundary.
50 comes up for Guyana. 54-2. Dindial pushed on to 25. Yearwood is there on 19, and they are forging a very good partnership here. And small hurdles is what the coaches would say. As Thomas comes up again, leaves umpire Trudeau with a good delivery, probing just about that off stump and pushing Dindial back on his stumps. He rehearses a pull stroke. Not sure if that would have been the best option there. I think he did the first option he took was the correct one.
I think what we've seen so far from Thomas is that his length is definitely back of a length to short. He has not really pitched a lot of deliveries in that full area. So he's testing the ability of the batsman to play off the back foot. And so far, Dindial has been up to the task.
This one is a good delivery. This is short and rising across the chest area. Dindial had to look at it well. Sherwin Thomas agreeing with you and giving you a little bit more of what he has to offer here. A great contest here between these two players.
Just bending his back a bit more there. That delivery carrying through at head height to the wicket keeper.
Cutting the batsman in half. As much as he left it alone, he was on top of it in terms of his decision making. Thomas offers again. Oh, this one is a shot halfway down the middle of the wicket and over the head of Dindial as he takes evasive action. You can hear sounds like Beckford out there cheering up his players, but an aggressive over there by Thomas.
Yes, and a very aggressive over indeed. Just after following up on that wonderful cut shot by Dindial, he was able to finish the over well. Dindial also very watchful, not getting carried away. Played a wonderful cut stroke through the point gully region. But a good batting, good contest, a good contest between bat and ball. It's not the quickest of wickets, but Thomas is definitely bending his back and getting some response from this wicket.
In his traditional fashion, as Yearwood preparing as he tugs away with his azad gloves. Faces up to Hines now, and one pitched up outside the off stump. He drove at it. Was almost out on balance as a North over was waiting for him to just slip that feet out of the crease. And this one is a good delivery, taking the outside portion of the bat and goes away from slip to get a single. Winning the moral battle so far is Hines in this over.
Yes, Hines, he has been steady so far. The good thing that he has done, he has made the batsman play as much as possible. And yeah, they're just perhaps getting a little bit anxious in terms of his batting. He looks like the type of player who likes to get it going, get going. He has not been able to do so. But from a Guyanese perspective, they'll be happy that that single was taken, and Dindial, who's looked the more assured of the two, he's now coming in to strike.
Well, he got a full delivery there and played it down to mid-off. Hines has taken 6 wickets in the tournament so far, so that means that he's been there and thereabout as it relates to the wicket taking and his ability to take wickets as well for the Jamaican team. So not by any means a slouch with the ball based on the results so far in the tournament.
Yes, a steady tournament, we could say that overall. His bowling itself seemed to be steady, not really giving away a lot. Not a big turn of the ball, just being able to use his angles, changes of pace.
Once again on the money here is Alex Hines, one of the twin sons of Wavell Hines, former West Indies cricketer. This one is short and back of a length he goes and goes back into his crease. Dindial, as you said, much assured of the two, much more assured of the two and compact, and he was comfortable in that defensive stroke. Another over comes soon, and Guyana 52 for 2 as the reply to the Jamaicans 284.
Another tight over there from Hines, just giving away 1 run. He has now bowled 3 overs for 4, so he's been tight, he's been steady. Exactly what his captain would be looking for, especially from that end. At the other end, Thomas would be looking to be a bit more attacking and try and get at the Guyanese batsman with his pace and his bounce.
So 25 minutes shy of the tea interval. And Jamaica at this stage will be looking to dislodge another wicket. Dindial and Yearwood, who have forged a good partnership so far, would want to continue their progress. This one is short, rising into the ribcage area. Had to get up on top of it. In the end, handled it pretty well. And I might hear Osnet saying that there's a need for a short leg.
You read my mind there, Axel. If that is the length that Thomas is going to persist with, then I think perhaps a short leg would definitely put a little bit more pressure on the two Guyanese batsmen. They're choosing the option of not pulling or hooking, just trying to ride that delivery. But because Thomas is a bit tall, he's able to extract a bit more bounce.
Another good delivery on the stump. That single that was just taken where Yearwood went up to 21, brought up the 50 partnership between the two young men, and they would want to add another 50 once more and push Guyana even further and have the game in a balance that could be quite interesting going into the third day tomorrow. They have looked to weather the storm and has done quite well so far. Thomas without ideas. This one a full delivery, drives in the air for a bit, and the extra man here now at cover. Doing the fielding there is Weatherburn. Can't beat him. He would have had 2 boundaries in this said area, Dindial.
Yes, it's an area he seemed to like in terms of through the offside. He's also played a wonderful pull stroke as well. So he seemed to be a very organized all-around player, which is good to see.
This one is going to be called wide. This is halfway down the wicket again, and didn't even have to take evasive action, Dindial, and he's been given the sign now, Thomas, the one for the over, and that's 53. Really bending his back here, a young, strong man, and definitely showing that he has the material.
One of the features of the Jamaican innings was the partnership that they were able to accumulate all the way down. And I think Guyana will be using that as a template for the construction of their innings. If they're able to build partnerships, then they'll be able to get as close as possible to the Jamaican total.
I definitely agree with that. Dindial for once looking as if he was forcing a stroke, not on top of it as he would like. And it didn't come off as he wished, just bubbled off onto the offside. He settles again. This one he leaves outside the off stump, and well judged once more as Thomas continues to work Weir in the slips. It looks as if he's warming up. I'm not sure if he's a bowler. Maybe to give us some trotters a little later on, or some off breaks, Osnet?
Yes, a bowling option is always welcome from the captain. Even if it's to break a partnership. We saw that with Guyana where they used Ramnot and he took the big wicket of Weatherburn.
This one is a true point. It's dissecting the man at point and cover. They're looking for a second. 2 is going to be had easily. Well, this time he was on top of it. This time he got enough bat on it to beat the fielders. Another pleasant stroke from Dindial.
This one going a bit in front of square. Didn't have the type of timing that he had on the previous cut shot that he would have played for 4. Managed to still get himself 2 runs. So his personal tally goes up to 27. And at the end of that over, Guyana they are 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. A slight drizzle continued to persist here at the Parkway playing field. We mentioned that it appears to be that type of afternoon where we'll have some showers. Maybe not enough to really call on the covers as such, but it has been a consistent drizzle for the last 5 minutes or so. This will actually freshen up the wicket a bit. Might work out well for Thomas, getting the ball to skid through a bit more to the batsmen.
This time with a little more pace on it is Hines, as the man from Demerara leaves it outside the off stump. That's Yearwood. He came into this innings as the second top scorer for the Guyanese in the tournament thus far. This is an excellent delivery again on the stumps, and it gets out there with that outstretched leg and covers with that vertical bat. Controlling his temperament here is Yearwood. I do agree that he looks as if he is one who loves to get at the bowling, but the situation requires him to play each ball on his merit here, Osnet.
Yes, Guyana will be hoping that he's able to curb his natural instincts and continue to build a partnership with Dindial. As long as he's in the wicket, he's a free scoring player. So just a matter of getting through this tough period, and he'll be able to accelerate at some point later on in his innings.
This one he drives through the covers. It's going to go close to the boundary. Not going to get there because it's a little heavy out that area. They get 2. They're looking for a third. That would not be advisable. And so one that was in his slot, and he drove through the line. He moves to 23, and the Guyanese continue to progress. 57 for 2.
He's attempted that stroke on a couple of occasions, missed, and then a couple of other occasions he has not been able to time the ball as well as he would have liked through the offside. That delivery though, a bit fuller from Hines, and he was able to place it through covers and was able to get himself 2 runs.
So Hines probing away just about the off stump and outside off, and this one left alone again. He does some gardening. This is Yearwood as he recomposes himself. When he drives, peels off the outer portion of the bat. There's a call for 2. Are they going to get it this time? No. There's the call. And again, not a very good return from Wedderburn. But Yearwood pushes on. He moves to 24 as the over comes to an end. Guyana, 58 for 2.
Yes, another steady over from Hines. Not really turning the ball a great deal. Yearwood, they're trying to be a bit more aggressive towards him. And Guyana will be hoping that this partnership continues for as long as possible into the afternoon. With a minimum of 56 overs to be bowled, they'll be hoping that they will be able to at least close the day's play at 150, Roxelle, for the same 2, hopefully. Maybe 1 more wicket. They'll be happy with that return.
That would offer for an interesting last day, especially the morning session tomorrow once we get an on-time prompt start. But that's a long way from where we are, and it's going to take some work. But the batters have already shown that they are willing to work as hard as they face up now to Thomas. This is down the leg side. There's an appeal. The umpire says not out. Not over was running to square leg. He thought that he had his scalp. Another catcher would have been accredited to his account. But that's not to be, as umpire Trudeau was not in agreement.
Yeah, well, they are indicating that it would have brushed his thigh pad. A slight song. Maybe that was the song that the Jamaican fielders would have heard. As we see a leg gully, a deepish leg gully there, Roxelle coming in. Perhaps in response to that previous delivery that he bowled against Yearwood.
This one is playing a naughty shot outside the off stump, a square, a drive possibly, and he was nowhere close to it, no movement of the feet, and to get him back into that mold where he was batting sensibly is now Dindial going to have a word.
We would have mentioned the fact that he looks to be the type of player who likes to get going, who likes to be positive in whatever he's doing. And from time to time we see these loose shots outside the off stump. Dindial, they're doing the right thing, speaking to him, tell him to just continue to do what they're doing and try and build on this partnership.
Thomas aborts his run as he, I think there was some chatter about before, as he approached the batsman. Umpire Trudeau is making sure that they are clear and that at some point that chatter has to stop. It's all well and good to be supporting your players, your bowlers, but it's a point where the batsman's concentration comes into play. This one is a full pitch delivery and about the leg stump. He turns it behind square, gets a single. That's Yearwood. He pushes his tally to 24. Guyana progressing slowly but surely. 25, and so they're 59. Is it 59 for 2?
Thomas, they're trying a fuller length versus Yearwood. So far, his length has been on the short side, trying to attack the batsman, trying to test their ability to deal with the short rise and delivery. So just trying to get into the minds of the batsman.
It was pitched up though, and walking into it was Dindial. I probably thought he could have done a little better, but he would have had to really play that exceptionally well to beat the 2-man, one at short cover and one at cover. And umpire Trudeau seemed to be having a lot of fun out there, having a few words with Johnson. And good to see that all round the cricketers and the officials are enjoying themselves on the field of play.
Yes, that's important. The camaraderie between the officials, mutual respect. That's always important.
This one is outside the off stump again, and in that normal fashion, Edwards goes up with a cry of anguish. I'm not sure what he sees every delivery, Osnet, but I'm wondering if it's asleep. He says that, oh, because it's every delivery, man. He's up there supporting his bowler.
He's trying to get into the mind of Dindial, perhaps indicating to him that that delivery was actually closer than he expected. We're not totally behind the bowler, so we can't really judge as to how close to the off stump those deliveries are.
This one is definitely on the stump, short and rising, and again in that approved fashion. Dindial behind it, and the over comes to an end. Another solid over, another testing over, but equal to the test so far for a pretty good long time now. These two batters from Guyana.
Another steady over from Thomas. Good pace, good bounce. Because of his height, he has now completed 5 overs, none for 16. The only disappointment from him would be that he has not been able to add to the wickets tally for himself and the team. But the Guyanese batsmen, they've played him well.
So the Woodmer Boys School youngster in Alex Hines is going to continue to bowl from the per best end, passing umpire Bernard Joseph at this stage. And this is a delivery, just pitching and turning away from the right-hander, the left-hander. Picks up the line and the length and allows it to go by. Settles again, touches his pads or left and right. And this is shorter, and he goes back and drives it into the offside. Roy at the short leg was taking evasive action. As Hines comes again. This one is shorter and wider and allowed to go.
I don't think Hines will be too disappointed with the shots selection of Yearwood so far. With the possible turn back into the left-hander, he's actually playing against the turn. So there's always the opportunity for Hines to get a bowl through the gate or perhaps an inside edge onto the stump. So Yearwood himself have to be very careful of that and mindful of the degree of tone that Hines is actually getting from outside the off stump.
I definitely would, and looking as if he wants to go more positive, and this is definitely a positive stroke. This is going to go into the boundary now, through the covers, a wideish cover area, so to speak, extra cover, and 4 more to Yearwood. And once he gets those in his slots, he has dispatched them quite positively.
A glorious shot there from Yearwood. That delivery perhaps a little bit fuller. We would have spoken about the fact that Hines doesn't really extract a lot of tone. He seems to be the type of bowler to bowl flat and quicker through the air. So Yearwood so far has been able to negotiate whatever tone or expected tone he's expected to get on this particular surface, and he's been quite willing to try and hit him through the offside as much as possible.
So the Guyanese have pushed on to 63 for 2. Yearwood is on 29 and Dindial on 27. Making sure that I'm going in the right direction there. So Hines, as the clouds comes by again, this time is a full delivery outside the off stump. This is going to go close to the cover boundary, not going to get there. Looks as if it's Walker behind it. He gets a good strong return in. Another strong throw from the boundary line. 2 more though to Yearwood. A good over for Yearwood, where he was able to unleash some of his strokes that he has in his repertoire.
Not a bad end to the over from Yearwood. Hines there, not really finding his right length. Both deliveries being full tosses, and Yearwood was able to come onto his front foot and drove them comfortably through the offside. So he's looking more and more confident as time goes by. A very good partnership, a partnership of 63 runs so far between these two. And Guyana will be hoping that it continues throughout the afternoon.
Well, we are just at 10 minutes shy of that tea interval. Jamaica would have started really, really well. They got 2 very, very early wickets. And since then, these 2 batters in Dindial and Yearwood, both from the Demerara area, one from Diamond on the east bank of Demerara, who is on strike now. That's Dindial. And he gets a full pitch delivery, Yorker length delivery just outside the off stump. There's an appeal for an on the edge, but Dindial is not perturbed. He just remarks his guard, skidding off that one there from Thomas.
Thomas into his last over of this spell. Still looks to be bowling at a very good pace. He looks to be a well-built young man, strong, from Jamaica. There'll be a lot of dumplings and ackee and saltfish in his daily menu. So it's something we have grown to expect from Jamaican fast bowlers.
So he's outside the off stump and not offering a stroke is Dindial. Yeah, you got your very solid foods all 3 meals.
That's something unique to Jamaica, where for breakfast you get these lunch things that we eat for lunch here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Just part of the culture of Jamaica. Different islands have different culture. You've spent some time in Jamaica as well, Roxelle, so you'll be able to relate better to what we're speaking about.
Definitely a cuisine that is out of this world. That's basically the Caribbean for you. I said they get an overthrow at this stage, play that into the backward of point or third gully area. Didn't get the single initially, but the overthrow afforded them an opportunity. Yeah, very rich in culture, and food is part of our serious cultural heritage in the Caribbean. Everywhere you go, there's something different and something unique. And yes, the ackee saltfish, dumplings, my word. Yes, food for life, we would say. This is well played by Dindial. I think you assessed him well. Not want to probably pull at these short deliveries, and he just played that neatly behind square.
Yes, well played. Not the type of bounce, perhaps not the type of venom that we've seen earlier from Thomas. Is in his 6th over, so quite naturally, his pace would have dropped off a little bit. So Yesterday is able to just ride that delivery and walk it down to the man at fine leg and earning himself a well-deserved single.
67 for 2. Thomas again. This is short and pulling in the air. It's going to land safely, however. That is Dindial once more. Couldn't replicate the pull shot of the previous, earlier in this innings. This one was rushed onto him a little bit quicker. And still showing that he has something in the tank here is Thomas. But Dindial still being aggressive and positive when he can, Osnat.
Thomas there working very hard to get a wicket here for his captain. I think that delivery was a bit higher than the one that he had previously pulled over at a cow corner region. That delivery just rose a bit on him, a little bit more pace as well. But thankfully for Dindial, it was able to evade Beckford there at mid-on.
Gets a short one. He's not inclined to pull. He shoulders arms and leaves it into the gloves of not over. Dindial 29, Yearwood 32, and the Jamaicans, they got 284. The Guyanese in reply are 68 for 2.
That's an update from the other game that is currently being played between Barbados and Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands, in response to Barbados, Mammoth forcing its total of 276 for 9 declare. They are now 101 for 3. So another wicket there for Barbados, chipping away at these wickets. Axel, I know you're looking forward to good things from Leeward Islands.
Yes, but the response so far has been quite pleasing, quite in the norm. Basically, they chip away at the runs. You may lose a couple wickets early. Probably next two partnerships will be important to see where they finally end. And this is a good partnership here for Guyana, as Dindial gets one that goes through the legs of the man who came off from cover. He is wondering how did that happen, and he eventually gets a single. Not probably keeping the eye on the ball all the way into his hands.
I think that is Edwards, the big fast bowler. We can excuse him, seeing that he would have bowled a spell earlier. But at this level, definitely need to show a little bit more support to your bowlers. Coming back to that game with Barbados, I think Barbados were in trouble at one stage as well. As the lower order really took that total up to that figure. So Leeward Islands will need to replicate something similar to what the Barbados team would have done in terms of their lower order if they are to challenge the first innings total made by Barbados.
Heinz Yearwood, who comes forward with a solid bat, a pitched up delivery, goes over the head of Roy at the silly mid-off position. Another good delivery on the stumps there from Heinz as he continues to plug away. This is a probing delivery, a quicker delivery. Had him rushing in defense is Yearwood. And continuing to plug away here as Heinz looks. The part always seem to be attacking the stumps and asking the batsman to do something with his offerings. Another one has turned onto the onside. Weir comes in from mid-wicket, does the fielding. Steady here again is Heinz. A slim figure comes now. It's a short and is a punch through the covers, gets a single, and Jamaicans conceding another. Guyana moves into the 70s, 70 for 2 Oslet.
Another steady over so far from Heinz. Not really giving the ball a lot of air. I think there's the difference with him and perhaps Sandia for the Guyana team, who was able to extract a bit of tone. Gave the ball a bit more air. Sandia seemed to be the type of bowler who is in a defensive mood, as they would say. Just keeping the batsman honest, not conceding a lot of runs. He's conceded 15 so far in his 6 overs, and at the end of the 24th over, Guyana, they are 70 for the loss of 2.
And as we say that, we're going to have a bowling change. It looks like Captain Walker, Sandra Walker, is going to come into the attack.
I think also the 6 over quota by Thomas would have ended. So the fast bowlers will need to get a rest after 6 overs based on the playing conditions of the tournament.
Well, Sandra Walker from central Jamaica, the Manchester area, plays for the Manchester Parish team and goes. Well, let's get that correct. Goes to the Manchester High School. He has 9 wickets in the tournament so far for Jamaica, the leading wicket taker, and he is, the 3rd change?
Yeah, so Jamaica seem to be getting wickets from a variety of bowlers, which is always good.
Yeah, looks like they're offering up some
leg spinner.
Leg breaks here, correct. And always a type of bowling that picks up a lot of wickets once they're consistent. This one was short, and Yearwood one bounce into the man patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. Here is Weatherborn. Yearwood moves on to 34. It's 71 for 2.
Shortish delivery there. Yearwood perhaps would have been looking to hit that one in the vicinity of the pavilion, the top of the pavilion, as we saw earlier from Johnson. Not really timing it as well as he would have liked. Weatherborn there doing the work on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Walker setting his fielders and as he offers up now to Dindial. This one is well flighted and about the middle and leg, and Dindial just content and pushing it back down the strip. Walker picks up, he looks back, and just getting some information probably from Johnson as he prepares again. This one is outside the off stump and going further away from the right-hander. Didn't need to play. And so far the flight on offer has been good. Let's see what he offers again. This time well flighted again, this time on the leg stump, however. And this is easy pickings for Dindial. He gets one more and moves up to 31. 70 partnership comes up there, 72 for 2. And it's been quite comfortable, I must say, for the Guyanese batsmen since they came through that 30-40 run mark. They have played on their merit. They have put away the bad deliveries and have continued to be patient when they need to. This one is going to go all the way. That's 6 more. That's a bad delivery. We just talked about putting away the bad delivery. Yearwood complying with our statement, and that one went over square leg for 6. That was a bad delivery.
Yes, a long hop, and Yearwood giving it the treatment that it actually deserved. He received one all the way up in the over where he didn't time it as well as he would have liked. But on that occasion, he hit in a big 6 over deep square leg. He's a strong man, as we mentioned before. Times the ball very well. And that's a good session for Guyana, not losing another wicket after that rain break that we had. And as we speak, there's a little bit of drizzle coming across the ground. Something to look out for as the afternoon continues.
So at tea here on the second day in this Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars third place match between Jamaica and Guyana. Jamaica 284 all out and putting up a really good fight here at the Guyanese. They are 78 for 2, 78 for 2. Remember they recovered from 2 for 2. Yearwood is there. He's on 40 not out, and with him Dindial on 31. We'll take a break and we'll be back at 3:30. Welcome back, and we're going to invite you to join us as we go into the last session of play. Jamaica versus Guyana. Weatherborn is on the boundary here. He's having some fun. He's enjoying St. Vincent Grenades. I think he told one of his managing members that he doesn't want to go back to Jamaica, Osnet. So you might have to find some place for a young budding batsman who has some caliber.
Yes, that's good to hear. Good to know that the facilities and the amenities that we offer are appealing to persons overseas.
So it's Hines again. He's going to recommence duties after the break, and he is going to offer up to Dindial.
Another long session ahead, Roxel. More than likely 2 hours. I think the umpires were mentioning 5:30 finish. So it's a 2-hour session.
This one nipping back, and he got a little bit on it, and it went to the man at slip. A good start from Hines, and he has those deliveries that skids on a bit. This one, Dindial is now taking advantage of playing it down to the third man boundary area. Comes back for 2, and the man from Diamond on the east bank of Demerara adding 2 more. They're both from the east bank of Demerara, so they may have played a bit of cricket before together, Osnet.
Yes, and that's important that you both know each other to some extent. And we have seen indications that they have a very good relationship so far, in terms of Yearwood having a chat with Dindial whenever a fast stroke is played, and likewise the same thing has happened on a few occasions with Dindial calling Yearwood down the track as well.
This one he punches into the covers, and again Edward, it looks like, not feeling well. Here they're looking for 1, they get 1, and they're coming back for the second. So not sure if the covers area may be the right place. That's a very busy area in this sort of cricket, Osnet.
I think I could have forgiven Edwards for the earlier miss, but this time around there was a delivery just punched through the covers and not really feeling cleanly and allowing the batsman to come back for a second. He would definitely need to up his feeling.
Well, up in his scoring here is Dindial. He's moved to 35. It's 82. A partnership of a solid 80 so far. Yearwood Dindial is from the Diamond area, a little further up on the east bank, while Yearwood is from the Peters Hall area. This is a full toss, tries to play it past point, doesn't succeed in doing that, and looking a little bit more positive in this over as we restart since the tea break was Dindial. He's on 35, Yearwood on 40, Guyana 82 for 2.
Not the best of starts there from Hines in this particular over, bowling against the right-hander, giving a bit of room outside the off stump. Dindial was able to cut him away for a couple, and then short on a couple of occasions as well, and finishing with a full toss, which he perhaps got away with. Dindial trying to force that one through the offside, not really piercing the field. So not the best of starts after the tea interval. Again, I'll be hoping that they can push on and get as close as possible to the Jamaican total this afternoon.
Well, there's another bowling change. Looks like Johnson, Jordan Johnson, is going to take up the attack. He has 4 wickets in the tournament so far, and looks like if he's going to over up some spin. Let's see what he does.
So the captain removing himself after 1 over. Wasn't the best over. Yearwood managing to hit a big 6 from the last delivery before tea. So another change in the bowling. Maybe that's something that the Jamaican captain will try and do as much as possible. Change up the bowling to try and make it as uncomfortable as possible for the Guyanese batsman.
He offers up now to Yearwood. Let's see what he does. This is Johnson. Looks like some leg breaks here as well. And so ringing the changes, and not a bad start by Johnson. One who always you need to, from what we assessed earlier, need to have in the game as much as possible, and he is given an opportunity here. This one is just about the leg stump, and he backs away, and probably thinking that he could have done something better with that. Let's see what he does now. This one is flighted outside the off stump, and he punches through the covers neatly. That's Yearwood. gets another single.
Like most left-handers, they would seem to favor going through the offside quite a bit. The previous delivery was a bit fuller, and yet he was trying to go back on his back foot and punch it through the covers. A risky shot, considering he has not been able to ascertain how much turn and how much bounce and the pace at which Johnson is bowling at.
So Dindial have come out really positively since the break. He settles. He has a silly mid-off, very square, almost on the crease area, front crease. This one is a good delivery as he comes forward and gets that leg right out and gets over it. A little bit of control here now by this second leg spinner employed by Jamaica. Flighted outside the off stump, shaped as if he was going to play it backward of point. Eventually allows it to go.
Man there at silly point, having a torrid time trying to get himself out of the way of possible power shots played by the Guyanese batsmen. You've seen that on a couple of occasions now. It's the end of another over. Guyana-Day 83 for the loss of 2. Steady over there by the captain, not the captain, Johnson.
So employing a bit of spin here now, the Jamaicans, and they're going to have to really work hard because this pair seems to be quite determined in putting up a good fight here for the Guyanese.
I think what we've seen so far is that as long as you're, as a batsman, have been able to weather the early storm with the new ball, batting definitely gets a bit easier. And it's all about cashing in on a good start. Both of these batsmen have had a start so far. And from a Guyanese perspective, they'll be looking to carry on as long as possible.
Well, carrying on very long and hard here is Yearwood as he pulls that one a wide-ish of long on for a boundary. Yearwood moves, well, for a 6, sorry. It went all the way. Yearwood goes to 47, and since tea they have been really positive.
Not a good shot there from Yearwood. He has shown his power so far in this innings. That's his second 6. Just before tea, he would have hit the captain over square leg. This time he's going a little bit straighter over a deepish long on for another 6.
He shoulders arms as he watches this one carefully outside the off stump. What has been a hallmark of this partnership is the bad balls have been really well punished. Hines comes up again to Yearwood. And he is on 47 as he looks to get his half century, another half century. And this would be pleasing returns for him. Again, not troubled as this one turns away from him and goes into the gloves of Northover. A strange name, not very familiar, not popular. This one is short. It does not get as much as he wanted. That might have been going down to the area down close to the mill, the old mill. But he only got one there. He really wind up there, Osnet.
Seemed to be getting the measure of Hines. We spoke about his inability, Hines, to really turn the ball. He seemed to be one to push the ball through at a reasonable pace. So whenever he shot, the batsman have been able to capitalize on those deliveries. And Yearwood seemed to be quite happy with what he's offering up.
And this one's quicker through the air and outside off stump. Dindial had nothing to do with it as the over comes to another good over, another positive over as it relates to run scoring here for the Guyanese. They are 90-4-2.
Good start after lunch for Guyana. Throughout the innings, they've been able to maintain a very good scoring rate as well. We saw that in the Jamaicans innings where they were scoring at 3.5, 3.6 throughout that innings. Guyana, they are currently going at 3.23, which is really not bad. It really is an improvement in terms of scoring rate from the games that we have seen before. A lot of those games, the scoring rate have been hovering around 1.5 to 2. So to see 3.5 being a threshold in this particular game is refreshing from a neutral perspective.
Johnson this time to Yearwood. Gets a flight to delivery, goes back past the ball on the offside, in the air for a bit, but he picks up another boundary and brings up his half century. Yearwood moves up to 52, and he looks extremely positive. Looks as if he is preparing for a big one here this afternoon.
Definitely, there's nothing stopping him from getting a big one. He has had the measure of the bowling now, and he's just looking to branch off. A very good shot there as well, showing his class, showing his power. Threw mid off for another boundary. Just a matter of starting over now and just knowing that 50 is gone, but we should have a bigger intent.
This one was pitched all the way up and almost yorked himself as Dindial decides that it's time for him to have a conversation. Johnson is taking off the bails, as it seems he didn't think that Dindial had the permission to go down. He now gets back. And good. This is good teamwork here. We've spoken about it. This one, he hammers back to the bowler as he stepped back. He's really opening up here now. That had some miles on it, and Johnson was equal to the task. He's wringing his hands now, and Yearwood looks as if he's going to turn up another gear.
I think he's actually giving Johnson a dose of his own medicine.
Well, he seems to be having a laughter at the wicket now. I hope he recomposes himself and controls. Let's go. It's Johnson into Yearwood. That's gone. Cow corner area. That's a massive 6. Yearwood's on the go. The Guyanese are pushing forward, and they're really propelling the score at this stage.
Pressing forward indeed. That's another shortish delivery there. Yearwood going on his back foot and once again showing the type of power that he possesses. He's a well-built young man, and so far he has been able to time the ball very well. Johnson today again a bit short with those leg spinners, and Yearwood taking full advantage.
Full advantage. He moves to 58. Dindial is on 35. The score, Guyana 98 for 2. And another ball needs to be replaced, as a few of them have been struck about at the road end at this stage.
100 is up as well for Guyana, which is good. A partnership of 98 between these two. They have lost 2 early wickets, but this partnership has really flourished for Guyana. As we see the third umpire taking out a new ball. That one was hitting the vicinity to the western side of the ground. Big part of the boundary it cleared. Yearwood once again showing his power at 6 about 102 meters long.
I'm not sure how you estimated the size of Park Hill, but definitely based on the dimensions that we have here, that was one of the biggest 6s hit at this ground during this tournament. He recomposes himself. He's on 58. And as you said, the 100 have come up for Guyana. And seem to have recovered the ball, so it's going to be returned to the third umpire. Johnson comes in again to Yearwood, as they both seem to need a little more time to settle. He comes up now, and this one is up in the air a bit as he is continuing to drive through the line, falling just in front of Beckford.
I need to give it away here, Yearwood. He has been pleasing on the eye throughout this innings. Just need to be smart with his selections.
This one he decides to leave outside the off. So another pleasing over for the Guyanese. They are 100 for 2. And remember, they were 2 for 2, Osnet.
Yes, this innings following a similar path to that of the Jamaican innings, where there was a big partnership in the middle order between Beckford and Johnson. A positive partnership as well. This partnership has been going at a very good scoring rate, which is putting a lot of pressure back on the Jamaican bowlers. Johnson perhaps not a frontline bowler as such, and Yearwood taking full advantage of that situation.
So let's see what Hines offers up now. He taken a few wickets in this tournament and want to continue to plug away here for Jamaica. They would want to break this partnership. Dindial on strike. It's a short and turned to the short fine leg area. Gets a single. Dindial, after playing some gorgeous strokes earlier, has seemed to have settled into the sheet anchor role here in this partnership.
Good batting there from Dindial. That's a shot we've seen on a few occasions now from him. Just coming into the line and just walking it behind square for single. Easy, smart, effective batting from the Guyanese.
101 for 2. That single took Dindial to 36. Yearwood is there on 58. He's on strike again. This one is short, and he hammers it down to the man coming off of the long boundary. The 100 partnership comes up. Osnet, an excellent recovery from the Guyanese.
Yes, a very good partnership. It's been a pleasing partnership to watch from a commentator's perspective. From a neutral perspective as well, I'm sure most of the fans we have here at the Parkway playing field will have enjoyed that partnership, especially seeing Yearwood in the last few overs.
Dindial again just nudges this one to the short to fine leg position, gets another single. A man from the square leg boundary comes around, picks it up.
Hines have not been able to exert the same type of control he had earlier. In his last 2 or 3 overs, the batsmen have become used to what he's offering, and they've been able to manipulate his bowling by piercing the ball into gaps and hitting the boundaries whenever the opportunities present themselves.
This one is a better delivery, as you're back of a length, and but still outside the off stump. Letting it go by is Yearwood. Man has come in here. He's now probably leading the run scoring for Guyana in the tournament. Adding another 50 order to his total that he came in with. Just over 200 runs now in the tournament, and by no means what he would have loved, but definitely in the context of things, not a bad return.
Good end to the over there by Hines, keeping in Yearwood quiet, but still Guyana was able to just walk the ball into gaps and managed to get 3 runs from that over as well. So not a bad over overall from Guyana. I think something that we have seen in this game as well, Roxel, coming into the first innings with Jamaica batting first, we were hopeful of seeing how the spinners would go. The spinners have actually dominated this particular ground, but so far in this game, the spinners have not really been able to be as effective as they have been in the previous matches.
Well, that effectivity is probably not as the Jamaicans will like, and so they've taken note of what you've just said and decided to bring back Edmund, who produced a good bowling spell from the Pearl best end earlier. Now he's coming from the road end. Let's see what he is going to offer up. Number 45 on his back. He's getting his run-up marked, and another start again for the Guyanese batsmen. They've done well, and Edmund picked up one of those 2 wickets to fall early. Comes up now to Dindial. Skidding through there with a full pitch delivery on the middle stump, and driving back on the onside is Dindial. Another tall, lanky, well-built youngster here, Edmund.
Yes, an impressive spell all year. He's now coming back. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 1 for 7, so he has not really given away a lot. And he has checked out the batsman on a couple of occasions. So he'll be looking to build on that, and his captain, I'm sure, will be looking for something penetrative from him in this particular spell.
The captain has given him a little bit more support than we've seen over the last few overs. He has a slipper gully, a man a backward point, cover and extra cover short, mid on and mid off, and a man on the mid wicket boundary, and flying leg in way as well. So he'll be looking to be as consistent as he was and attacking the stumps as he did in the first spell. And he comes up now, passes umpire through though. This one is on the money on just about the off stump, and coming solidly behind it is Dindial. He has looked really impressive in this innings, rehearsing a stroke where he thought he might have been able to play past point. But the Guyanese have really come to the party as they reply to the 284.
Jamaican captain here trying to still find the right combination. So far from this road end, we've seen in the last 4 overs being bowled by 3 different bowlers. The captain himself, Walker, just before tea. After tea, as we see another good shot there, forcing this one through point. Should be able to get a couple. Dindial. Yes, they do so comfortably. 2 more is added to the total. Dindial, he moves on to 39. Guyana moves on to 105 for the loss of 2. Yes, I was saying that the captain is still trying to find the right combination in terms of bowlers. We had Walker bowling 1 over before the tea break. Then after tea, we had Johnson bowling 2 overs, but his last over went for a 6 and a boundary. And then now we're having Edmond coming back from this end. So it tells me that there's still a bit of uncertainty as to who should be really bowling from this end. Hines, he have actually been bowling from that end consistently. So it's all about combinations for the Jamaican captain at this point in time as they try and get a breakthrough here.
Well, the combination from the Guyanese standpoint has been really productive. The 2 men from the East Bank Demerara, they have brought their team from 2 for 2. They are now 105 for 2. And they have been working quite well, negating all the threats offered so far by the Jamaicans. As Edmond turns from the road end once more. And he is going to try to nip out another, break this partnership. That's his duty. This one is short and is pulled in the air, not over the slip, and we're all 3 looking to attempt to get that one. Falls in front of them all, and getting away with one there is Dindial.
Dindial definitely has luck on his side this time around. That's the second time we've seen him attempting a pull stroke. The first time he just evading the man there at mid-on. This time just going backward of square there, the wicketkeeper trying his best to get as close as possible to that one, but not making it. There's been this persistent drizzle as well, Roxell coming across the ground. I think it's worrying the umpires to some extent. But I think that is just the nature of what we would be expecting to have this afternoon. Remember, we are on the flash flood watch as well until tomorrow at 12 p.m. But the general area from which the rain comes is not really looking too bad. It's just a bit hazy. A little bit of cloud cover. But I'm sure the umpires would be trying to keep the players out there as long as possible to ensure that we continue to have cricket, as we see a bit of sunshine peeking through as we speak.
Yes, the safety would be required. Obviously, they would have that in the back of their minds and the top of their options here to make sure that as cricket is played, the players are in the best, as safe as they possibly can under the conditions which are required for them to play. So, 106 for 2. Dindial has moved into the 40s. He's on 40. And Yearwood on strike. No, Dindial is on strike, and this one skids through outside the off stump, stretches long forward, and then elects not to play. Bowling a little quicker now through the air, even more than he did before the break, is Hines. This one is short and played over the head of the man at the short leg position. Weir comes around and does the cleanup. It could be difficult for the spinners to grip with a little moisture on the surface as the ball runs through the surface after being played. This one he characteristically turns into the short third man fine leg position, gets another single, looks on it, looks at the ball onto the bat until the last minute, and then turns it neatly there, Dindial.
Another good piece of batting there from Dindial. Delivery there from Hines, just pushed through as we mentioned. Not really getting a great deal of turn, so it's not really a risky shot in terms of playing against the spin. The ball just coming in with the arm, and Dindial just working it fine and gets himself another single and gives the strike back to Yearwood, who has been the more positive of the two batsmen.
Again, positive evening defense, as you see there, standing up tall and pushing it back onto the onside. Looks as if he's just waiting to explode. He's done that in previous overs. This one, he whips off the pads down to the final leg area again. Gets one. He is running positively for the second, and two they complete. And with the energy that they've had, the momentum even going into the running.
Perhaps recognizing that the fielder is Edwards, who has not really had the best day in the field. So that was good running there from both of these Guyanese batsmen.
Yearwood moves to 61. His partner, the non-striker, Dindial, is on 41, 109. 109 for two. This one is rushing through. I think before he even completed the shot, it was in the gloves of Northover, and he's now rehearsing a leave alone shot, as he was probably just flowing with the adrenaline and looking for another stroke there, Asnet.
Good end to the over from Hines. He has been prepared to push the ball through, not really fighting it to any great extent. Understandably so, given the nature of Yearwood in the past 5 or so overs, or since the tea break. But the partnership continues for Guyana. Both of these batsmen playing well, playing to their strengths. Dindial being the more circumspect of both of the batsmen, working the ball into gaps. Yearwood showing his power, showing his class, and putting away the bad deliveries that are presenting themselves to him.
So it's going to be Edmund again coming from the road, and his second over in this, his second spell. Has been quite economical so far, and he's induced a 4-stroke, so to speak, from Dindial in the previous over. Comes up now to the set Dindial. This one is whipped through the mid-wicket area. It's a pleasant stroke. They're going to look for two. Now they're going to take it with that little fumble. And so they're on top of the game here. Dindial is saying good running to his partner, and being even more positive here, the Guyanese.
A fumble there from Hines, I think it is. Just putting back a bit of pressure on the Jamaican fielder, just as what we saw yesterday in terms of Jamaican batsmen putting the Guyanese fielders under pressure. We are seeing that happening as well in this situation, where the partnership is now well over 100, and the Jamaican fielders just getting a little bit slack, a little bit sloppy in their work in the field.
Another pleasant shot. A good sound from the bat, the middle of the bat, as it pushes it positively down to mid-on. Can't beat Edward on this occasion. And mopping his brow is Edmund as he walks back to his mark. He's contemplating what his next offering would be to Dindial. Short deliveries have induced some questionable strokes on some occasions. Let's see what he offers. This one is short and is prepared for it. Whipped it nicely off the pads, close to the boundary. What it seems like Captain, who is it? Is it? Seems like Captain Yearwood, is it? As a no ball, as a no ball signal as well. But that was some good feeling on the boundary down there.
Yes, that one was well played from Dindial. It didn't get up as much as the previous deliveries that would have caused him some problems. He was able to just whip it, go on the Greenwich style, down to a long leg region. The fielder there on the boundary just coming around and making a very good stop, limiting the batsman there to 2 runs. As the score moves on to 113 for the loss of 2. Actually 114, yes, 114. No ball there as well. Edmund there perhaps striving for a little bit more pace. Just overstepping the front crease.
As he approaches again. So on a shot, a good delivery across the face of Dindial, who took evasive action, continuing to exert some bounce and pace out of this wicket. He walks back, bowling well within himself. He's thinking about what he's doing, mops his brow almost every time he returns. Now he looks at the ball, 49 on his back. And he's going to get the ball from his fast bowling partner in Thomas, is it? Yes, looks like. And he once again comes in to Dindial. One is a short again, back of a length, and Dindial watching it carefully as he went deep in his wicket. And keeps that one out. Really positive batting here by these two.
Yes, I think the mode of dismissal that the Jamaicans are probably looking at in terms of Dindial is having him hook at a delivery that he's not really in a position to hit. And we've seen so far he has had, I don't want to say 2 lives, but 2 deliveries where he has not been able to time the ball as well as he would have liked and just evading the fielders. So that's why we have seen the use of the short ball from time to time from the pacers from this particular end.
Other than that, he's been compact, he's been solid, he's been positive when he needs to be, and he has forged a very good partnership, now over 110 runs with his East Bank Demerara partner in Yearwood. Dindial nearing his 50, it's on 45.
It will be a well-deserved 50 from Dindial. He has played second fiddle to Yearwood throughout this partnership, but that doesn't reduce the effectiveness of his innings.
Once again across the chest area, and as it digs it into the surface, a short once more, coinciding with what you said as it relates to their mode of operation against Dindial. The over comes to an end. Guyana 114 for 2 as they reply to the Jamaica's 284.
Yes, a good over there from Edmond, showing a bit of strength, a bit of character. Testing Dindial on a few occasions. Dindial, however, he has been up to the task so far. Just letting that delivery go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. No need to really play at some of these short deliveries. Just getting in the line and allowing them to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Probably an option here now to change, have another change at this end, something different. Hines still operating. He has not really troubled much of the batsman other than the quicker deliveries at skid zone, and he's been consistent though as he comes up now, and this one peels off the outer portion of the bat. A tremendous effort at the catch there by Thomas. He looks as if he fell awkwardly on his arm, but that one was in the air and was coming through the cover boundary, peels off of the bat of Yearwood, and Thomas, who dove really pleasantly, but seemed to have come up now with an injury.
Yes, that was a delivery outside the off stump, and Yearwood going for that stroke, perhaps over extra cover this time. Just played that shot well through the covers, but this time he was looking to go over the top, just peeling off the outside edge, and once again the ball just evading the fielder there. Thomas, who made a valiant effort, a very good effort. His captain will be pleased with that effort, and once again the Guyanese batsman just being on the lucky side in terms of a foul shot not really fall into a Jamaican fielder.
So he's going to have some medical attention, but that is the effort that we want to see from youngsters at this level. Really not giving up, but putting in the extra work, and that's what he did there. He's going to have some medical attention as Redwood, with number 10 on his back, has been asked again to come into action as a substitute fielder. So things happening here.
It's always good to see a fast bowler putting in that effort as well. He has just finished a spell about half an hour ago where he bowled 6 overs on the trot and he was effective. And to see him diving in the outfield to try and effect a catch is really refreshing from a captaincy point of view.
Hines again to Yearwood. Yearwood decides to leave this one outside the off stump. Yearwood is on 63, Dindial on 45. 1-1-6-4-2 Guyana. Fighting effort here. Tremendous partnership between these two. This time it's not at all troubling Yearwood as he leaves it outside the off stump.
Yes, Hines doing what perhaps his norm in terms of just pushing the ball through. I think he'd be better served to perhaps push the man back at long off and give the ball a little bit of air, at least a mixture of deliveries spinners these days, what you see from them is that they will slower through the air and try and make the batsman generate the pace on the deliveries. And it's a big boundary out to long on and long off. So at least he'll give himself a chance in that particular situation. Yeah, well, this time just tugging this one down to long on and gets another single.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Needs to let the ball do the work and ask questions of the batsman, have them looking up and then off the surface if it allows them the opportunity to. But quite comfortable to continue to operate as he's been operating. 117 for 2. Dindial now gets a better delivery this time. He comes forward as the over comes to an end. Hines just walks away, and the over ends with the Guyanese continuing to build on this partnership, and they look forward to getting close to that 284.
Yes, looking at the Jamaican bowling attack, I think the role of Hines is really to keep it as tight as possible. But that hasn't really materialized in this particular innings because he has been going at over 3 runs per over. So the captain himself is under a bit of pressure because the bowler he was perhaps expecting to just hold the end tight, perhaps 1.5 to 2 runs per over. He's going at over 3 runs per over. So he's not having the type of control that the captain is perhaps looking for. And the threat in terms of getting a wicket, he has not really looked threatening as well in terms of his spin bowling.
Well, he himself, Sanjay Walker, with the most wickets for the team, only bowled 1 over, and he wasn't very consistent in that over. It was pretty loose, and so he might be thinking that he has to come as another option very soon. The option he has chosen at this stage is Edmond to Yearwood. Yearwood drive through the covers pleasantly. This is going to run close to the boundary. Is it going to get into the boundary? No, it doesn't. It holds up as Yearwood moves to 64. And Guyanese 66, sorry. And Guyana 119.
Another pleasing shot through the offside. We have seen so far that he has favoured the offside region. A foolish delivery there from Edmond, and Yearwood just leaning forward and driving it through cover. That side of the field, the outfield is still a little bit sluggish, so wasn't able to get to the boundary in a hurry. They were able to just get 2 from that.
On his shoulder arms as he picked up the line very, very quickly. Always seeming to want to make sure that he can get that area as best as he possibly can, so that there are no devils as the bowler pitched in that area. He again characteristically tugs at his gloves.
I think we are slowly approaching that moment, Roxelle, where perhaps a part-time bowler will be needed, just somebody to buy a wicket, as they would say.
Well, I've not seen any selling here, so I'm not sure where that is going to come from, because as a no ball is offered up, the strokes that these guys have been playing have been pleasant. They have miscued a few, but nothing has really troubled them. So that might be an option that could spell trouble, even more trouble for the Jamaicans with them scoring so freely.
Yes, personally, I perhaps would have given Johnson another over. He would have been belted for 6 and a boundary in that over, but I just think that there's perhaps something, a little bit of a friendly feud between Yearwood and Johnson. You can see it. Johnson seemed to be the type of guy who would give a bit of chatter, seeing there at a gully region, always walking in close to the batsman, maybe saying a few words, and maybe that is what really propelled Yearwood to go after him in that particular over. So I would have given him another one to try and see if he could just perhaps get Yearwood to miss time one. On the flip side, he could go for a big over as well, but it's just a risk that the captain at this point, the Jamaican captain, may have to take.
This is a quick single, dangerous single. If that was hitting the stumps, Dindial would have been walking back to us there. You can see him looking pretty disappointed as he even completed that single. And in the end, all is well. It ends well.
A suicidal run there from Yearwood. played it up to the man that cover, who got a very good bounce as well. Dindial was originally not too keen on that single. We were just speaking a while ago about where the captain is going to get a wicket from, and certainly from a Guyanese perspective, the run out would have been very disappointing. A disappointing way to actually end this partnership.
So, trying to get Redwood in the right position. He's finally at the short extra cover position. Oh no, he's going to bring, he's going to be carried over now onto the onside. Into the short mid-wicket position as Dindial comes into strike. He's been starved of some of the striking a bit in the last few overs as he nears his 50. This is a Yorker, well dug out, well bowled, still thinking and working hard here is Edmund, and he gets back to his mark. Thomas Lewis seems like he is ready to go, but had some attention, and he is on the boundary line here, so that's a good sign again for the Jamaicans. But trying all he can here is Edmund.
Edmund has been very impressive, Roxell. He has bowled at good pace, good control. He has actually been threatening to the batsman. He has bowled different lengths. He has really tried hard to really get a breakthrough for his captain.
This one is outside the off stump and continuing to plug away is Edmund. This time he could not effect a dismissal. So the Guyanese are still batting and batting strong at 121 for 2.
This partnership continues to mount. It's now 119 runs. Remember, they would have been to come together at 2 for 2. So they've managed to see off the new ball, see off the opening bowlers, and now they are benefiting from some loose bowling at times from Jamaica. Having said that, both players have played very well, and they complement each other very well. Dindial being the more circumspect of the two batsmen, and Yearwood the more aggressive. As Hines again to start another over. He's in the middle of a very long spell. This is his this is his 12th over on the trot. So the captain again looking to him to provide a breakthrough.
Very early, just leaving that one out the off stump. We're picking up the line. We can see Edwards on the square leg boundary doing some warm-ups. So he may be introduced quite soon as Yearwood moves up to 68 as he punches this one down to long on. The 120 partnership comes up, Osnet.
Yes, they continue to soldier on as we hear from a bit from the Guyanese dressing room, just encouraging the players to bat on. Hines, if you're looking at the speeds that he's bowling at, perhaps a bit too quickly. My advice to him would be to slow it up a bit and trying to get the batsman to actually make a mistake.
Is on the stumps once more and well pitched up and coming forward and keeping that one out again is Dindial. Seems to be enjoying what's happening out there, the batters. This one drives pleasantly into the covers. This time this looks like Hines who came around and affected the fielding. Dindial has been on 45 for a while, trying to get up to that coveted half century. Short extra cover does the fielding on this occasion as he continues to drive in that area. Looks around as he prepares again. A steady bowler in Hines. And it drives now bisecting those two players, and it hits again a bad bounce there and seems to have struck the same finger that Thomas would have had hurt when he dove for that catch, and it eluded him into the boundary. It went. So Dindial, after we just said he was on 45 for a long time, have moved on to 49.
Yeah. Yes, a nice looking shot there from Dindial, just coming forward and using the pace at which Hines is bowling. So just a matter of timing it through the covers, and that actually went through the man there, Thomas, who's not having the best of days in the field, but it must be said that was an awkward bounce there, and really can't blame him for that one.
Right, so Edward is the one looking to be employed now by Captain Walker, one of the opening bowlers, and coming from the same end that he operated earlier. You could probably get some figures, his previous figures of his previous spell. So the Guyanese continue to press on. 126 for 2. Yearwood 68. Dindial 49.
Yes, Edward so far 6 overs, 1 for 25. Edmond there bowling a free over spell. Did well. I'm trying to effect a breakthrough. Gave it his all. So I think perhaps that is what the captain will be doing from now on in terms of giving his fast bowlers some short spells. Trying to keep them as fresh as possible, because clearly it's going to be a difficult task to really dislodge the Guyanese batsmen.
What a Yearwood, who went deep into his crease as he prepared possibly for a short delivery, and came forward and drove. With just over an hour remaining in the day's play, where would the Guyana like to end the Osnet at the end of the day?
Well, they mentioned a minimum of 56 overs for the day's play, which is another 22 overs from now. Given the scoring rate so far, they have been scoring at around 3.4, 3.5. So I would like to think they will like to add another 75 or so to the total. I also think that if perhaps Yearwood stays there, then they will definitely get close to 200 before the end of play, which would be a very good effort on this particular wicket.
Yearwood has moved on to 69. Guyanese 127, and with another 75 or so, that would definitely take them up to the 200. And if it's 200 for 2, then they will definitely be in the ascendancy going into the Thursday's play.
Yes, it was always going to be difficult responding to a first innings total of that magnitude. But what we have seen from the Guyanese batsmen, they have taken a page out of how the way in which Jamaica would have played. They've been positive. They've been positive in defense, positive in attack, and also they've run well between the wickets as well, which has really put back the pressure on the Jamaican bowlers after initial success and having the Guyanese batsmen 2 for 2.
So this one is a good delivery outside the off stump, and Dindial decides to leave. He is there. He is thinking about his next milestone.
And speaking to the groundsman earlier, I was asking him about the wicket, and he was mentioning that it's a good wicket. There's always been a good wicket here at the Parkhill playing field in terms of batting, but what we have seen so far from most of the teams is that they were not really willing to just be patient and start their innings in a way that you really need to do on any type of surface that you normally play on. So we have seen a string of low scores here at the Parkhill playing field, but here at the end of the tournament, the end of the rounds, we have seen 2 very good batting efforts so far.
How often is local cricket played at the Parkhill playing field?
I'm not totally sure on that one, Roxel. I've not really been around the local scene in terms of the first division and Premier cricket that often.
All right, so we're getting some information that we do have a few bits. There's a quick single take, and Dindial has gone on to a half century, a well played half century. He was the one who started this recovery. He was the leader in the recovery initially until Yearwood took over. A well deserved half century for Dindial.
Well played innings there from Dindial. We spoke about him being the number 3 batsman, being able to set the tone. It's a very important position for any batting order. As we see the Guyanese supporters to our left as well, standing and applauding that innings. I'm sure they will be very happy with what has taken place so far. Yesterday was a difficult day for supporters, but today the Guyanese have been able to just get close to the Jamaican total, and they continue to fight on and press on. And for Guyana's sake, they'll be hoping that this partnership continues in the near future. As we see Hines, he's going to take up the attack again from the northern end. Bowling to Dindial, who has just reached his half century. He'll be looking to build on and continue and make a big one here for Guyana. Hines again, a short leave. He's cutting this one nicely, beating the man there at a deepish point. Should be able to come back for a second. I think the fielder is Thomas. Has had to do a lot of work in the field today. So 2 more runs added to the total there. Dindial, he moves on to 52. Total is now 130 for the loss of 2. As Hines again, Dindial is driving that one up to the man at mid-off. There's no run, well timed. Hines have definitely worked hard in this spell. He's now into his 13th over. None for 30, so just trying to get something in that wickets column. Hines for his captain. Again, his batsmen though will have other ideas. Trying to bat as long as possible and take it into tomorrow if it's possible. Spoke about some showers earlier. Clearer skies now. The sun is not necessarily beating down on us, but good enough conditions for cricket to take place. So far this owner, Dindial, has been watchful. Hines just pushing through these deliveries as we have become accustomed to. Not really extracting a lot of tone from the surface. As Dindial again cutting this one, not beating the man there at point this time. Another over comes to an end, and at the end of it, Guyana-Day 130 for the loss of 2. It's been an intriguing match so far. Both teams seem to be evenly matched. Jamaica yesterday, they lost the toss. Guyana would have won the toss and decided to bowl. It was an interesting decision at the time, but understandably so, given the overnight rain we would have had. Outfield was a little bit sloggy, and the wicket itself may have had some moisture in it. But the Jamaicans batted well. They were able to make 284 in their innings. As we see Edwards once again from the road, and a short delivery this time, and Yearwood, they're trying to hit this one over deep square leg. Not making any form of contact on that occasion. Umpire Joseph signaling 1 for the over. Umpire Trudeau actually signaling 1 for the over. Edwards there just trying to test Yearwood with that short delivery. Another shortish delivery again this time. Yearwood taking the decision to just duck under that one. Not really a lot of pace here from Edwards in his second spell. Maybe he'll be better served to just bowl a good tight line and length just outside the off stump. Following up on Edmond's spell, Edmond was able to extract a bit of bounce and pace from the wicket. This one is a bit fuller. but missing the leg stump there. Yeah, we're trying to walk that one through the onside, not making contact with that one, and it goes through to be taken by Northover, the wicket keeper. Was had a very difficult to be in his stumps. He has worked hard. A bit of inconsistency in pace and bounce in the wicket, but generally it's a very good wicket to bat on. And as a bowler, if you're able to get it in the right areas, you can also be very effective. As we welcome back Roxelle. John?
Yes, thank you very much, Osnat. You know. Oh my word! Well, I'm not sure. Osnat, I'm going to say, right? I'm going to say, when I went downstairs and took the break, I was like, should I go and take this break? Because am I going to cause some sort of disruption to what the Guyanese are doing here? Well, he has been leaving deliveries outside the off stump on judging really well all the time. This one, it looked like it nipped back just a touch. Again, we are at square leg, so we really can't say for sure. You probably have a better view in terms of what you can see on the footage. But losing his wicket at a very, very crucial stage, I say. But a good innings, a pleasing innings from Yearwood. He'll be happy if they don't bat again. Let's say for the sake of our viewers, he will please how he ended the tournament.
Yes, a very good innings, but a disappointing end for him, as you see him walking off reluctantly. I think both of the wickets for Edwards so far has been similar in terms of the batsman not really offering a shot. We saw Caesar doing that earlier in the innings with the newer ball, and he was adjudged LBW. On this occasion, Edwards leaving that one alone again and perhaps nipping back and just taking the top of off stump. Very good bowling there from Edwards. His captain will be pleased with that breakthrough. Guyana, however, will be disappointed that that partnership had to come to an end so abruptly. The new batsman is Joda, Zachary Joda.
Well, Zachary Joda, his parents are here, all the way from the East Bank, Demerara, Eccles to be exact. And he would want to continue where Yearwood were left off. He made 69, that's Yearwood. Still there's Dindial, and now a little bit more responsibility would fall on his shoulders. But a very good partnership. We don't want to take anything away at all from Dindial and Yearwood, who was just dismissed for taking the Guyanese from 2 for 2 to 130, partnership of 128. Thomas to Yearwood with a Yorker and then delivery to start with. That is Joda, and he digs it out very, very casually at the start.
Good start there from Edwards. A foolish delivery. And Joda was equal to the task. He was able to just keep that delivery out. Edwards now perhaps bowling with a little bit more pace, a little bit more urgency, given that wicket he had earlier in the over. Would have motivated him to some extent. I'm wondering if that's not his second no ball for the innings. If I can recall correctly.
You seem to be right, because there's some communication between the umpires. So you're right. You're right. So that is his last opportunity.
Yes, I was right. Second warning, actually.
Yes, correct.
So he will not be able to bowl another delivery like that throughout the innings. In his first spell, he would have bowled a similar delivery to Dindial, I think.
Well, but his tail is up. That's basically what. And he's exerting some extra energy here, as this one is outside the awesome. Joda is flashing at it. Umpire Trudeau says not out very, very early. And an eventful over there, Osnat, an eventful over. Seems like whenever we make a change or we move around, something happens at the Park playing field. Right now, the Guyanese just pegged back a little. They are now 134-3. They are chasing 284. The first innings total scored by Jamaica.
Yes, an interesting over there. A successful over for Jamaica. The type of breakthrough that the captain was looking for whenever he brought back the opening bowler in the form of Edwards. He got his second wicket in that over. caused a bit of problems for the batsmen there. So Jamaica will be looking to build on this wicket that they just had in that over, and hopefully be able to get a couple more wickets before the end of the day's play.
Well, Dindial is going to have an opportunity to continue to progress the score of the Guyanese. He now has to bat even deeper into this innings. And his first priority here would be the next half an hour. With an hour to go in terms of the time allotted, he would want to bat in small portions. Hines would now want to be a little bit more attacking and consistent in the stump, and this one he does, just outside your stump. Not bowling bad lengths, but again, the speed through the air is probably where he would need to pull it back a touch. He's always on about the stumps, attacking the stumps there, Hines.
Yes, still a bit inexperienced, so as time goes by, I believe you'll be able to understand that as a spin bowler, it's just a matter of changing up your lengths as well as the pace at which you bowl. Most of the successful spin bowlers in the world today, you see them bowling slower from time to time and getting that quicker delivery as a surprise ball.
This is a good delivery. It does also have a bit of variety with it, but the pace at which he bowls of almost all the deliveries, based on even if as he offers up the variety, is still gonna need some work. And this one is a slow delivery, flighted a little bit more than the others, and it is driven down to mid-on, in the air for a bit. As Dindial now would understand that his responsibility is to guide the rest of the batters at this stage. He gets a short one, punches it to the man at cover, comes around there, looks like Thomas who does the fielding. Guyana are replying to Jamaica 284 in their first innings, and at this water break the Guyanese 130 for 3. Dindial is there on 52, 131 for 3. Dindial is on 52, and Jordan yet to score. The batsman just dismissed after sharing a 128 partnership with Dindial was Yearwood. He was bowled Edwards for 69. We're going to take a very short break as the players enjoy some refreshments. So we are back here to live action. Edward this time is coming into Joda. He gets that first rising delivery. He's on top of it and punches it out to the man coming around from the gully position.
How much pressure you think Joda is on at this point in time, Roxelle, given his parents are here and the, the type of occasion that he's currently in?
Unfortunately, I want to say some extra pressure is on him at this stage. His drives, though, he looks compact. What would be easier for him is that his team has weathered the storm a bit, so he's coming when they are not out of the woods at all, but an easier opportunity for him to build an innings and to get himself in. The bowlers are not really menacing by any stretch of the imagination, and Dindial has been there and could guide him along as well.
Yes, 131 for 3 is way better than that 2 for 2, which was when the previous partnership would have started. So, parents normally the expectations are high, as we always know. I'm sure that is the case of Joda here. They'll be looking to him to at least score some runs and show some fight and try and take his country to a more comfortable position.
So Edwards would have other ideas for Jamaica. Comes up now, passes umpire Judo with a short delivery. And this is the man from Eccles hammering this one in front of square. This is a great shot. He got up on Brian Lara style almost on that leg. And that was well executed.
Yes, a well executed pull shot. We've seen quite a few of them today. Dindial himself played a couple of good pull shots as well. That one was right up there. A little bit short of a length from Edwards, not having the type of pace and zest that he had with the new ball. And Joda, his eyes lit up and played it efficiently over at square leg region for another boundary.
Well, if that is to answer whether he's under pressure or not, I believe he's quite comfortable at the wicket and will be playing as he would normally play at any stage. Edwards comes up to him, he drives through the covers, and some good fielding there. Let's see who it is. Is it Roy? Possibly. He turns now. It's Captain Walker. He has done away with the yellow hat, so we have to look for the number 3 once more. All right, so that was a good bit of fielding, good cricket, attacking bowling there by Edwards and hammered through the covers. But Walker is there and trying to tell Joda how he needs to play the next time. Edwards again. It's a short and a little slower than the one before. He was through the shot earlier and probably would have missed out there, Osnet.
Yes, a positive start from Joda. He has found the middle of the bat on a couple of occasions. Got himself a boundary net over as well. That last delivery, as we mentioned, a bit slower, was through the shot before it actually reached him. So that would be important for him in terms of picking up the pace of these deliveries. The wicket itself is a bit slow. So you just have to get yourself settled in and then you'll be able to play these shots effectively.
Who has been settled at the wicket and has been there for a very, very long time is Dindial. And he is going to take strike again. Hines continues.
Hines continues his very long spell. We'll be looking for a wicket. He's bowled a lot of overs and really hasn't really looked threatening, Roxelle. We have spoken about that on a couple of occasions. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Yes, correct, and that one got some bounce from Hines, so a little difference in terms of what he was offering. It was short-ish, but bounced a little higher than he would have gotten them to bounce earlier. So there's another a bit of information for Dindial and Joda to process as Hines operates again. This one is a good delivery. We flighted a little bit more on this occasion on about the off stump, and Dindial comfortable in just laying it, come on to the bat and plays it onto the onside. This one is a even better delivery, even more flighted on about the middle stump, and having to play defensive there is Dindial. Seemed to have gotten a spot in this over Hines. Yes,
a better length and a better line so far hopefully be looking to finish the over well.
And that he does. That's one of the better overs he has had so far in the game. And he seems to be feeling it now. That wicket probably spurred some consistency. Comes up now, passes umpire Bernard. That's Bernard Joseph, but this one is whipped away neatly through the mid-wicket area. He's going to get one. They're looking for a second. Two is what they'll get as Weir hammers the ball in over the head of North over. And a consistent over there with the exception of probably the last delivery.
Yes, another steady over there. And Dindial, as we've seen from him throughout this innings, he's been prepared to just stay there and look for those deliveries that he can actually score from. That last delivery presented an opportunity for him to just go back on his back foot and walk in it through mid-wicket, and he was able to pick up another comfortable 2 runs. His tally moves on to 54. Guyana, they are now 137 for the loss of 3.
Well, it's going to be Johnson. You asked for Johnson a little earlier. You wanted to see the matchup between Johnson and Yearwood, but you would be able to see another matchup, a different matchup. Johnson and Joda, and Johnson and Dindial. Joda on strike now. There's a bit attacking field here. I like what I'm seeing here by Walker. He has a short leg. Looks as if he has 2 slips. 2 slips. A man at a forward short leg, or silly mid off if you want to put it. And attacking here is Walker. And attacking the new batsman, which is always advisable, Osnet.
Yes, but trying to put a bit of pressure on Joda. Johnson, with his leg break, is actually coming around the wicket.
This one he goes deep into his crease and just plays it past the man at the short leg position. Skipper Walker himself collects some short extra cover.
One of the observations he made yesterday, Roxelle, was the fact that whenever Jamaica would have lost a wicket, the batsman that was in and set, he would have taken up the mantle of actually doing the bulk of the scoring, or actually the positive intent would have been taken over by him. But in the case of Guyana, I don't think that would be the case in terms of Dindial. He perhaps looking to bat right through this innings and have players like Joda, who has shown a bit of attacking intent so far, carry on his scoring.
And something seemed to be brewing here, as he's had 2 deliveries, one short and one full, and he's looked to hit them very hard. This one is well flighted outside the off stump. There's an appeal. Appeal goes up as North over collects behind the stump. And umpire Trudeau says not out. We're trying again. Here is Johnson to Joda. Joda is beaten outside the off stump again as it spins across the right-hander. 2 good deliveries there by Johnson. And Joda would need to settle. He needs to dig deep. He needs to bat for a long period, just as the pair before did. And he's attempting to do so now. This one is shorter. He pulls it all the way down to mid-on, to mid-on, yes, correct. And can't beat. I make it that man down there. Thomas, the over comes to an end. An eventful over there for the Guyanese.
Yes, a good comeback over there from Johnson. And Mano actually. A couple of deliveries were pulled down in that over. Joda maybe a bit disappointed that he was not able to find a gap. On both occasions actually finding the man there at mid-on. So that's a good over there from Johnson. They'll be trying to keep the pressure on the new batsman and try and see if the pressure he would succumb to that particular pressure.
Hines again, this time to Dindial, who is attacking outside the off stump, gets it away from the gully fielder, and well, it should be a backward point fielder, gets 2. He seems to be wanting to score as much as he possibly can, because he's understood that he's been there for a while. And he moves on to 56. And Guyana 139, 139 for 3. This one he nudges it down to fine leg. Gets one. They're going to look for a second. They're going to challenge a second. It's on at this stage. Good running from Dindial himself here. He's leading the charge here. And he realizes that they can occupy the crease, but they need to get as many runs as they possibly can as well.
Yes, another good deflection there from Dindial. That's a feature of his inning so far. His ability to just deflect the ball just behind square on the leg side and picking up 2 runs each time. Good running again, showing that he has a good fitness level after bowling quite a few overs as well. And being at the crease as long as he has, facing 139 balls so far. So it's very good batsmanship from him.
He moves on to 58. He's on 58, 141 for 2 as he comes forward to a full pitch delivery and just plays it on to the onside. Hines has been operating from the per best end all afternoon. He comes in again to Dindial. And this one is outside the off stump and turning away and full forward and not offering a stroke here is Dindial. He would be pleased with his effort, but he would not want to come back here unless it's a close of play or any other closure other than his wicket being lost. And he again plays defensive as the Guyanese continue to rebuild here after losing their 3rd wicket, Osnet.
Not a good over from Guyana, getting 4 runs from that particular over. They're able to continue to build on this partnership. This is a new partnership, Joda and Dindial. As Johnson will start another over. I think the fact that he's bowling around the wicket, Joda should be mindful of that. So those deliveries pitching just on and off on the off stump, they'll be turning away. So he can actually leave those deliveries outside the off stump. In the last over, he was beaten on a couple of occasions. So let's see how he goes this time around.
Well, he drives once more, like he did in the previous over, all the way down to mid-on, all along the ground. Looks to be a positive youngster as well in terms of his batsmanship. This one he goes back and slaps it to cover. Can't beat Hines. Is it? The forward short leg has been repositioned as Johnson comes up again, and this one is getting an extra bounce and a bit of turn as well, and well taken by not over.
That's the type of delivery I was speaking about, Roxel, in terms of it's pitching on the line of the off stump. You know it's a leg spinner. The angle itself is going to take it across you, so you should be able to leave those deliveries outside the off stump.
In the this last delivery did that belatedly, if I must say, and they're probably trying to just understand what is happening here as he settles again into his stance. Johnson once more. This one is down the leg side. It wasn't taken by the keeper. Weah had to do the gathering and missed an opportunity to score there, possibly Joda. Going hard at the deliveries, really, when he gets the opportunity. It's a full toss that he drives all along the ground once more. Can't beat that man at mid-on. The over comes soon, and another maiden Osnet, and a mixed bag offered up there by Johnson.
Yes, a mixed bag indeed, but he will get some motivation from the way Joda has been playing at those deliveries that he has managed to pitch in the right areas, turning away from the right-handed batsman. Joda, it's been a very uncertain start from him. He has played a lot of shots, but has actually found the fielders on a lot of occasions. So far he has scored 4 from 21 deliveries, but a lot of shots in his innings so far. A bit of positive intent, but not the runs on the board to really reflect that.
Hines into his 17th over. Long spell here, very, very long spell. Looks around and he approaches to bowl to Dindial. Good delivery of first up in this over. Dindial comes forward, casually almost, and drives it back to Hines. Dindial on 56. Continuing to bat here for the Guyanese. Gets another good delivery, comes long forward with that vertical bat, head over the ball and drops it right in front of it. It rolls onto the offside. Captain Walker fields. He's got a shorter one. It's a nice, this is an excellent sweep. A shot there by Dindial, but can't get past Weatherborn. Displaying his array of strokes here, Osnet, is Dindial. Was the first sweep shot that we saw him take out of the closet. This one he drives, through covers. He's going to get a single. As Thomas comes around, does the fielding. So Dindial moves up to 56, a 1-4-2. 1-4-2 for 3, Guyana. Dindial is on 57. From the pole best end, the Hines operates, comes once more, this time to Joda, possibly for the first time in this innings. Joda comes long forward, remarks his guard now, 74 and 75 at the crease as it relates to the numbers on the backs. Both from the east bank, Demerara, one from Eccles, one from Diamond. And the over comes to an end as the young men from Guyana try to get themselves as close to the Jamaica's total. Jamaica 286, Guyana reply 1-4-2 for 3.
Another study over there from Hines, both batsmen, just giving him the respect he perhaps deserved in that particular over. Most of his deliveries were well lined. As usual, Dindial is able to walk the ball into a gap and get a single. So his contribution has been priceless for Guyana in terms of his ability to actually keep the scoreboard ticking. He has not allowed himself to be bogged down as such, and that has caused the Guyanese scoring rate to be maintained throughout this innings. Just an update on the Leeward Islands Barbados final. Latest score we're hearing out of Arnesville, Leeward Islands 158 for the loss of 4. So another wicket there for Barbados.
I seem to have to look away every time you decide to give me an update, because you only give us an update when the Leeward seem to be losing a wicket. Anyhow, that is Dindial. Dindial moves up to 58 as he played that one into the onside.
He's actually 60. On 60.
Okay,
yes.
All right. So, I mean, some problems here. I'm way behind the scoreboard. So he's on 60.
I think Joda here trying to hit the ball a bit too hard. We've seen that on about 3 or so occasions now where he has been served up with a full toss or a short delivery from Johnson, and he's picked out the man there at mid-on. So a bit of frustration perhaps setting in. That delivery again, we mentioned that before, Roxell, just pitching on about the off-stump moving away. He has no need to really play at those deliveries, and he's missing them. So just need to get settled here, Joda.
Yes, as we've been seeing all his innings so far, trying to hit the ball a little too hard, going hard at it, especially when they're in the slots that he think that he should. And this one he drives through the covers area looking for a single. But again, Walker comes around and completes the fielding eventually. The over comes to an end. 143, 143 for 3. And both teams that are batting second in these 2 games that are remaining here at there at Arnesville and here at Park Hill seem to be going neck and neck in terms of similarity of their responses.
Yes, that is something we would have discussed earlier in terms of the similar nature of both games going on at the moment. Just for the viewers now just joining us, the game at Cumberland that would have been called off between Windward Islands and Trinidad. There was no play possible today. So that's a shame there for our Trinidadian fans as well as Windward Island fans around the Caribbean. So both of these games, the team batting first making a very good total in the form of Barbados having made 276 for 9 declared, and Jamaica in this case making 284. In response, though, the batting efforts of Guyana and Leewards have been good. They've been able to get starts, and very interesting cricket going into tomorrow. The last hour here would definitely be important for Guyana's sake, as well as Leeward Islands.
Yeah, well, with 35 minutes to go, Dindial definitely knows that he has to stay there until the end. Hines would not want that to happen, so he comes up again to Dindial. Short this time, and this is gone. This has gone all the way. This has gone onto the bank and hits the shrub up there and falls back on the field. That's 6 more to Dindial, and he has been really menacing on those bad deliveries.
A wonderful shot there from Dindial. A delivery there, perhaps. Hines getting a little bit tired. It's been a very long spell. He's now into his 18th over. So that was a short delivery, and Dindial just going back on his back foot and not trying to hit it too hard, but timed it well enough to get himself another 6. So he moves up to 66, which matches his total for the tournament.
Yes,
before
well,
this innings.
yes, definitely. And so he will be pleased with this and want to push on. The Guyanese now going to go up to 150 as another single is taken, a leg by being signaled. So the Guyanese move up to 150 for 3. Which marks signals and definitely stamps a note of a good recovery and a good reply here by the Guyanese.
Yes, a good partnership, and Guyana will be hoping for their sake that this partnership continues into this afternoon and perhaps coming back tomorrow as well.
Another over comes to an end. Dindial is on 66. Joda is on 4. 150 for 3 Guyana.
Partnership of 20 so far, so still in its preliminary stages, but Dindial, he has done the bulk of the scoring in this partnership. We've mentioned before about Joda inability to really find the gaps so far. He's been served up with some full tosses and some short deliveries, but just hasn't been able to pierce the field, as they would say. Hopefully from his perspective that would change very soon. As Johnson, he's starting another over from the road end. So far he has not done a bad job, apart from that one over where he was taken to the cleaners. As another full toss this time, and this is hit over point. One bounce into the fence for 4, and no ball signal there by the umpire as well. So that just goes to show the difference in 2 batsmen so far, Roxel. There it was, Joda. He was served up with a couple of those deliveries in the previous overs from Johnson, and he was not able to really make hay in that situation. But Dindial, he was able to put that one away and gets 4 more.
Yes, well, Dindial was there for a while. He's probably seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, as we would say here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That delicacy that we have around our country. And Joda, on the other hand, just came to the wicket and trying to hit the ball a little too hard in his earlier parts of the innings instead of caressing it. And this one is dropped. He is dropped. A diving effort there by Captain Walker. And we hear some noise there from one of our scorers, as he thought that should have been ricocheting off of some of the boundaries over here. But Dindial getting another, well, this is a life. This is probably the first of the occasions that we definitely want to say it is a life.
Yes, on a couple of occasions he would have hit the ball in the air and just evading the fielders. But this one there, hitting it on the up. As this one is not short delivery, it's a big 6, a huge 6. Perhaps one of the biggest we have seen up here at Park Hill. Roxel.
Well, I will tell you, I'm going to call on Charlo, oh my word. Mr. Charles who did, and Gunny who did commentary up in that peach house. That's almost where that ball landed. That's a massive, massive stroke from Dindial. He just got alive with a delivery that one of our commentators thought that he should have already placed in the boundary. This one, he made no mistake. And I believe some serious branches of that mango tree was disturbed.
Yes, a big hit there from Dindial. Just showing the ability to clear the boundary quite easily. The previous delivery, a flighted delivery by Johnson, and he came forward and drove it nicely, but just too close to the man there in the covers. The captain there would be very disappointed that he was not able to hold on to that one, diving away to his right. It was a good attempt, but in the state in which the game is at this point in time, he definitely needed to take that chance, Roxel.
I Totally agree, and remember the field is still a little soft on the foot, so he may have also slipped a bit on attempt to move to that. He's now wringing his fingers because that was also hit pretty hard, not as hard as the last one for sure. And so Dindial continues to push up. As not, I'm gonna say I don't even want to say that he's close to something, because every time we say this over the last 3 days, the batsmen have been getting out.
Yes, what we have seen so far in this match is that a couple of batsmen so far, in fact 3 of the batsmen so far, standout batsmen in this game being Beckford, Yearwood and now Dindial. They should have basically scored 100, there's no doubt about it, in terms of they've been comfortable at the crease, they started their innings well and they were able to score freely, but they have not been able to just go that final mile and reach their 3-figure mark. Dindial, he's there, he has a chance to do so. He's on 76 as this delivery is beating him outside the off stump. Well bowled there by Johnson. It's been a bit of a mixed bag from him, really and truly. He has bowled some good deliveries with his leg breaks, but I guess he shows exactly why perhaps he's considered to be a 4th or 5th bowling option by his captain.
This one is well paced, I would say. That's not a leg break by any means. A medium pace delivery was served up there, and Dindial was equal to the task and got another run, wasn't it?
Yes, well played there by Dindial. Johnson, they're trying something different, perhaps a quicker delivery. Not really effective in that situation. Dindial is working it to short mid-wicket and he gets another single. So he has been able to get these singles as well as hit away the bad balls whenever they have presented the opportunity to do so. So at the end of the 49th over, Guyana-Day are 162 for 3. They trail by 122 runs. So
good batting by these two. They would have really loved Yearwood to continue, but he misjudged one and had his stumps disturbed. But Dindial, who was there with him in that big partnership of 120 odd, is still there and he is batting quite well. Hines continue.
Hines again in a very long spell. He's now into his 19th over. Yes, a very long spell. Just on either side of T. Would have started before T. Just continued bowling from that end. As this delivery is to be a seam up delivery there from Hines. I was trying something different as well. What he has done so far hasn't really troubled the batsman to any great extent. Perhaps getting a little bit tired as well. Those fingers, as Dindial is driving nicely, should be able to get close to the boundary 4 more. He's timing the ball beautifully here, Roxell. A delivery that was full and he just came forward and drove it nicely, beating the man there at short cover and the man at a deepish extra cover, and he gets another boundary.
Well, as the age-old saying goes, gets better as he bats longer, looking like fine wine now, driving really, really beautifully. That was an exquisite shot.
Yes, it's definitely showing the value of actually batting for a long period of time. You're able to ascertain what the pitch is doing, what the bowlers themselves are doing. Contrast that with Joe at the other end. He has come into the wicket and has not really found his timing as yet. Trying to hit the ball perhaps a little bit too hard. Dindial there perhaps showing a good template in terms of just timing the ball on the front foot and getting just returns. Once again, a seam up delivery there from Hines. So definitely we might be seeing a change from that end. I think he's perhaps getting a little bit tired there, Hines.
Yes, he's been working really hard. He's been consistent in most cases in the areas that he's bowled. Not really penetrative, but consistent for sure.
So the captain himself, after just bowling 1 over, he might be trying to come on from that end. We'll wait and see as another over is completed. 4 runs coming from that over for Guyana. They move up to 166 for the loss of 3. Dindial, he's there playing very well for 81. Joda, he's on 4.
Excellent batting by Dindial. We must compliment him. He came in a very, very difficult position and looked the part from even the first ball he faced and never seemed to be troubled. The shots that he played that fell just short of fielders were his choices, and with the exception of that one that went to hand just now to Captain Walker, he has been more in control than anything else.
I think control is the key word there as it relates to Dindial. He has paced this innings very well. He has chosen moments where he would have attacked, and also he has been able to manipulate the field by finding singles. And even in the partnership with Yearwood, he was able to put him back on strike whenever he was going great guns. As we see another change in bowling here, as Thomas it is, he'll be bowling from this road end. So the captain here removing Johnson, who was a bit expensive in his previous over. As we see Thomas again, a full delivery there, and Joda coming on the front foot again, just not making any connection there. Joda just needs to get himself settled. He's played a lot of shots as we mentioned before, but not really effective in terms of finding the gaps and increasing his scores.
Well, he will have to be very careful as he plays to Thomas, because he's been on the money as well. Thomas attacking the batsman.
Shortish delivery there in the region of his rib cage. Well played there by Joda. Just walking it short to a square leg. Gets another single. His personal tally goes up to 5. Guyana-Day now 167 for the loss of 3. Brings Dindial back on strike. He's there on 81. It's another key period here in the game. The momentum seemed to be with Guyana at this point in time, but a couple of wickets here for Jamaica can definitely tilt the balance. Another short of a length delivery, as we see a wayward show there from Johnson, perhaps a bit frustrated with his efforts so far.
Johnson seemed to always want to be in the action, and Joda didn't leave his crease, and definitely we wonder. I'm sure umpire Truder was wondering why it was Johnson trying to attempt a run out.
It's a better line, a better length from Thomas. So minimum of 59 overs to be bowled today. So far we are in the 54th over, so just about 8 overs minimum remaining. I think the cutoff point as well is around 5:30, so just about 24 minutes to get those 8 overs in. Should be able to, given the fact that a spinner is on. As another delivery there is just punched through the point region by Dindial. Delivery short of a length, coming back on his back foot and just punching it out to a point region, and gets another single. Moves on to 82. It's now 168 for the loss of 3.
They continue to bat well there, Dindial, leading from the front. Nice short delivery from Thomas.
Yeah, a bit of pace there from Thomas. He's been impressive though. He has not really gotten the returns that he perhaps is expecting, but he has been very impressive with his pace and his ability to really test the batsman in terms of the different lengths that he has been able to bowl so far.
I concur on a surface that gives the fast bowler some more purchase and some more assistance. He would definitely be a handful. He has not shy away from the responsibility of trying to hit the surface hard and running at the ball as a batsman, and really attack the batsman. So in that estimation, definitely we must give him the kudos.
Well, we were speaking about perhaps a change of bowling from that end, but it's going to be Hines again. He's now coming into his 20th over, so a very long spell here by Hines. I think he will need some sort of ice bath later on. As we have Dindial, he's on strike again. This delivery is a delivery outside the off stump. Just watching it go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. Hines so far, 19 overs, none for 59. So just going around 3 runs per over in the context of the game is just around par. That's around par in terms of what the scoring rate has been. All that. This one is cut away, spun away from the man there at point. Believe it's Edwards again, and he's going to get another boundary. So another seam up delivery again there. Hines giving the batsman a bit of room, and Dindial was able to go back on his back foot and cut it past the man there, Edwards, who have not really had a very good day in the field. It was always going to spin away from him, and that it did. Another boundary for Dindial. He moves up to 86. It's now 172 for the loss of 3.
Nimble on his feet there, quickly back into his wicket, and played it pretty well, because it went all along the ground and bounced away, as you said, from Edwards. So he continues to push on, and it will be really pleasing for him to get to the 3 figures this afternoon.
Yes, I'm sure that's something that he will be looking towards. Still have about 5 or so overs. Is it 6 overs or so remaining in the day's play, which should give him enough opportunity. Given the way that Jamaica has bowled so far, I think he will have scoring opportunities. Just don't want to get that landmark in his mind too much. Just play as you've been playing all day. No need to do anything different. I'll tell you what, Roxella, I'm very disappointed with the continued perseverance here with Hines. He's bowling some, as this one is a bit short. I was just about to say that he can prove me wrong by getting a wicket. But so far what we have seen in his last couple of overs is that he's basically bowling seam-up deliveries. Yes,
he is probably just trying to make sure he keeps the batsman tied in that spot. He's always on the wicket for sure, on the stumps for sure. This one might have been beating the leg stump according to umpire Bedford, but yeah, he's not very effective. He's been holding his own in terms of the lines and lengths, but in terms, as I said before, wicket-taking deliveries have been far and few between.
I agree. This one is driving nicely out to the man at cover. Again, he ended up another over. 4 runs coming from that one. Good over for Guyana. At the end of the 52nd over, they are now 172 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And that total marks a very, very good response to the 284 scored by Jamaica. They did not start well at all. 2 wickets at 2 runs. They must have been wondering where they're going to go from there. But so far, they've had 2 very big partnerships, 2 very positive partnerships. And the man who's been there all the time, Dindial, has continued to lead the batting here for Guyana.
Yes, and we discussed the way in which the Jamaican batsmen would have operated yesterday, Roxell, and we were saying that perhaps Dindial would be a bit more conservative, but that has not been the case since the dismissal of Yearwood. He has been the one really to carry the mantle. This is a partnership now of 42 runs, and as this one is a attempted push shot down to fine leg and well caught there on the boundary. Joda just never looked settled in that innings. He goes for 5 from 31 deliveries. It was another shortish delivery, and I think it's a well-deserved wicket for Thomas.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because he's been plugging away with those short deliveries. He's been hitting the surface very, very hard. He's been running in really, really strong and attacking Joda there once more with a short delivery. And the result is a well-taken catch down on the final boundary. And once more, another wicket goes after a good partnership. And this time rewarded for his very good effort, Sherwin Thomas.
Yes, just in his last over, we were discussing that he has been very impressive without really troubling the scorers in terms of the 4th wicket, the 4th column. And here it is now, another short delivery, just being able to exert that little bit of extra pace and a little bit of bounce as well. Joda trying to pull that one off the front foot, taking the top edge, and a very well judged catch there down to the man at long leg. Well caught in the end. So another wicket to Jamaica. Continue to plug away at the wickets this afternoon. They'll be looking to at least add to that wickets column again before the end of the day's play.
So joining Dindial is Captain Mahabir.
Another good line, another good line there from Dindial. Very watchful this time. Just speaking a bit to himself, perhaps telling himself just need to get through this period. Almost the close of play. Would definitely like to be there at the start of play tomorrow.
Well, a man for sure who would definitely is required to be there is Mahabir. We'll talk about his stats in a bit. Go ahead.
As Thomas again runs in, not a shortish delivery, and Dindial jumping with that one. Bit of bounce. He's played that shot well throughout the day. Picked up a couple of boundaries and just cutting it between the man there at gully and point.
Tell you what, this is a very good decision by Captain Walker, because he's brought back the bowler who has been going at the batsman, and at this stage of the innings, when they're looking to probably close up shop and get into
a bit of uncertainty there once again by Thomas, really giving it his all here. A very good over. A man who has been set, he's been there for 178 deliveries, still troubling him with his pace and his bounce. That delivery there, perhaps the light is not the best at the moment, but still good conditions for cricket. And Dindial on that occasion, perhaps not picking up the line and the length of that delivery from Thomas.
I can tell you, Thomas is giving his all. He's stretching, he's making sure that he is fully flexed and ready to hammer onto the surface. He's getting really a good purchase from the effort.
This one is pulled out to the man at mid-wicket, just falling short. And oh my goodness, a very poor effort out there on the boundary. Yeah, the fielder there on the boundary really made a very poor effort. Is that Hines? Yes, I believe it's Hines. Maybe after such a long spell, we can perhaps give him a bit of leeway. But nevertheless, the bowler there, Thomas, will be very disappointed with that effort. Another shortish delivery, Dindial. He has played the pull shot on a number of occasions now, this time successfully. He moves on to 90. The total is now 176 for the loss of 4.
Fighting fire with fire. Fighting fire with fire. And as I said, I like the move here by Walker to get in this aggressive bowler at this stage.
Another short delivery there. A bit too short this time. Dindial can watch that one go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. The end of a successful over there for Thomas. 4 runs coming from it. At the end of the 53rd over, Guyana-Day 176 for the loss of 4.
You know, sometimes Osnat, we at this time and this stage of the game in the afternoons, we want to let it peter out into a tame, quiet end. But Thomas is having none of that. He's making sure that the batsmen work for their runs and or to keep their wickets going into tomorrow morning. And I really like this move from Captain Walker and the effort being given by bowler Thomas.
Very much so. You can't fault Thomas's effort today. He has, from the very start, he has given it his all. He has bowled with good pace, good control as well. His lengths have been good. He has not been predictable. I think that is the thing about his bowling so far today. Even on a wicket that is not really offering a lot for the fast bowlers, he has been able to hit different lengths and look effective at all of these lengths that he has been trying so far. As we see a change, we spoke about that change at the northern end. Hines, after a very long spell, he's now being replaced by the captain himself. He's bowling 1 over so far today. A bit surprising considering the number of wickets he has taken throughout the tournament.
And he's going to bowl to Captain Mahabir. Let's put everything in context. And on the 17 captain as well. And so a young man, but with only 56 runs in the tournament to this stage, he would want to contribute this afternoon into tomorrow for Guyana.
This one is walk fine, should be able to get at least 2 here, as we have 3 fielders converging on that one. So good start for Mahabir. A juicy full toss on the leg stump. Walker there, just trying to get back into the groove in terms of his bowling. Bowl 1 over before tea. A couple of short deliveries in that one as well. So just hasn't been able to find the type of lines and lengths that will make him effective. The art of leg spinner also is a very difficult art, it must be said. So it's good to see we have a few leg spinners in this game so far. Another foolish delivery, and he's walking this one to the man at short square leg for another single. So Mahabir is off the mark. Well, actually he's on free from 2 deliveries, so busy so far. And that brings Dindial on to strike. He's there on 90. Some show that he will be eyeing up that coveted three-figure mark.
No comments from me.
It will be good to see him get his 100 from a neutral perspective. It's been a very entertaining knock so far.
What I was actually saying is that I'm not going to say that word because every time we say these guys are nearing something like that, they seem to get out. So I'll leave it all to you, wasn't it?
Yes, Beckford all yesterday. He also played very well, a very good innings. As a full toss this time. Dindial there just driving that one back up to the bowler there. Maybe the nervous 90s getting to him. Maybe earlier in his innings he would have perhaps deposited that over in the vicinity of that Brefucci over there. It's a good delivery this time. A bit of tone there from Walker. Good bowling. It's a good change, Roxell.
And a good ask of Dindial at this stage of being in the 90s, almost at the close of play. Yes, the captain Walker has made two very good changes.
This delivery is short of a length and just going back and pushing it out to cover. Good over there from the captain. Good comeback over. Dindial, he's still there. He's on 90. Mohabir, he just came to the wicket. He's on 3. Guyana-Day 179 for the last 54 overs have been completed.
And this is the point at which they will be thinking with just about 10 minutes or so to go and 3 overs of the allocated number that we are supposed to get completed today to come. They'll be thinking that they have done a pretty good job at recovering and replying to the Jamaica's total of 284. The two of them, Captain Mahabir and Dindial, will also be thinking that they could go tonight, get a proper rest, relax a bit, and then come tomorrow and continue to plug away to get close to and even past this Jamaican total.
Just a little bit of score coming in here, Roxell. I'm sure you'll be smiling this time. It's still it's now 172 for the loss of 4. Leeward Islands responding to Barbados. First inning score of 276 for 9 declared.
That's pleasant. That's pleasant. That means it's a good challenge up there. A good challenge there. I really like what I'm hearing.
That's Thomas again. This delivery, Mohabir is forward. As the captain, Mohabir, he'll be looking to, as you mentioned, he has not really had a good tournament with the bat. And this is another opportunity for him to really show his class and lead from the front. He's coming in with his team having a very good platform. 179 for 4. So it's just a matter of him getting used to the pace and bounce of this wicket and building a partnership here with Dindial, who has been there from the start.
Yeah, this is what he needs to do. Play around, get a few in the middle like Dindial did start. Not negatively, but when the opportunities arise, he's going to turn them and get them in the singles, the ones, the bad ball to the boundary. But he has to get in, he has to see what's happening and get a feel of the surface as well.
Another short delivery here from Thomas. Testing the middle of the wicket as usual. We've seen that from him, just testing Mohabir, seeing what his response is to that particular length. Mohabir doing the right thing, the smart thing, just ducking under that one and allows it to be goodbye to be taken by the wicket keeper there, north over. As Thomas again leaves us, he's running in bowls. Short of a length and well played there by Mohabir. Just standing tall and walking that one out to a deep square leg for a single. He adds one more to his total, he's on to 4. Guyana now 180 for 4. It brings Dindial into strike. He's on 90. And we'll definitely be looking forward to getting to those that three-figure mark this afternoon. I'm sure his parents back in Guyana are watching this broadcast closely. His teammates, his friends, community. It's been a very good innings so far from him. As Thomas again. Another short delivery, and this time just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper, Dindial. Doesn't want to give it away at this point in time. As we were discussing when Beckford, the Jamaican middle order batsman, was batting yesterday, doesn't really need to do anything different to what he has done so far in terms of respecting the good deliveries and putting away the bad balls.
I totally agree, and he's not getting many bad balls from Thomas, so he has to continue playing on his merit.
This one is pulled on the bounce out there to the man at mid-wicket. Another short delivery there from Thomas, and Dindial choosing the option to pull. Made reasonable contact.
Yeah, the one he's not been in control with for sure, because he didn't seem to have been in position and his eye was not on it as he went through the stroke. Must have been thanking the heavens there. But these would always come. That's why cricket is a lovely game of all glorious uncertainties. You look good 2 deliveries before, and then you have a terrible trot, and then you finish your innings with some glorious strokes. And so Dindial probably in that period, as you said earlier, where he's a little worried about getting up to that 3-figure mark.
I think a better option would be to attack the spinner in the form of the captain Walker. Would have bowled a good over in the last over, but I still believe he'll get opportunities to score against the spinners, as opposed to Thomas, who is in the middle of a very good spell. Good start there by Walker, sorry. Delivery just pitching on about the off stump, turning away, getting a bit of turn. We've seen turn throughout the match really, just that the spinners have not really been consistent. Full toss, that perhaps was the delivery he was looking for. I'm sure he would have been looking for more than that single that he managed to get off that delivery there, Axel.
Tell you that was the one he might have been looking to hit up on the bank like he did earlier. He went a little horizontal in terms of his bat instead of vertical in terms of lifting it, and again a little indecisiveness coming into his cricket as he gets to that 3-figure.
I think it's good captaincy as well. What we have seen from the Jamaican captain, as Mohabir drives this one looking for a single, no single there. I think the captain, it must be mentioned that the captain has been able to maintain a mid-off and mid-on. When Guyana was actually fielding, they would have opted to have a long on and long off for the majority of the innings itself. So it's good to see the captain just perhaps tempting Dindial in this situation to try and go over the top. It's a short delivery there, and Mohabir's eyes lit up, trying to pull that one over deep square leg. Didn't make any contact there.
Well, Walker looks better. He looks a little bit closer to what we expect him to be bowling, having taken 9 wickets in the tournament so far.
Another shortish delivery there. Mohabir just punching it out to the man at cover. He stays on 4. Dindial is on 92. Good delivery there, flighted delivery, taking the inner portion of the bat. Hines there had to complete some work as well.
A little miscommunication in terms of where they're supposed to be running there. The batsman collided at mid-wicket. But
a bit of nervousness setting in Marcel.
Yes, I did say that might be the case. They're now having a discussion. Dindial seem to be leading this discussion. But all's well that ends well, as we would say. A couple overs left, about 10 minutes or 5 minutes remaining in the day's play. And unless the opportunities present themselves, I believe that the Dindial should just play normally and come back tomorrow and get those 3 figures and even push on from there.
Yes, the cutoff point I think is 5:30, so this is maybe the last over of the day's play. As the batsman here trying to maybe persuade the umpire to not have Thomas bowl those thunderbolts that he has been bowling so far, but the umpire not really succumbing to that request. So it will be Thomas with what is possibly the last over of the day's play. Mohabir will be trying to just keep this one at bay. A good delivery there, perhaps pitching outside the leg stump there from Thomas. Once again, just causing uncertainty in the batting is something that he has done all day.
Big heart, Osnet. He's just running in. It doesn't matter if it's his first over or his 12th over of the day. He's running in similarly hard and really giving the effort as required by his team and his captain here, Thomas.
Yes, not a good move here from the captain. Well, he himself is going into a back pad position. It's a good move. Mohabir having now come to the wicket. A short delivery, well played there by Mohabir. I think from Guyana's perspective also, they'll be happy if Mohabir is able to face the entire over. It means that Dindial, he will come back tomorrow morning to start his innings and maybe get to his century as well. Deliveries worked nicely, and Dindial, I think he's heard me through my commentary in terms of the captain actually batting through this entire entire over, sorry. The captain here playing a night watchman type of role here, Axel.
Well, when you're asked to do a job, you gotta do it, and Habir is required to just see this over off, possibly the last over for the afternoon, and they come back tomorrow.
Well played again there by Mohabir, the captain. In behind that one. Good length again from Thomas, giving it's his all, as we would have alluded to earlier. What does he have up his sleeve, Noraxel?
Well, I'm thinking he's going to bring a couple short ones. There is a change in the field. Well, I'm thinking that is just to disrupt the thinking of the batsman. Thomas is going to offer up a short delivery.
Not a good delivery there. Mohabir playing it well in the end, taking the inner portion of the bat. Trickles out to umpire Joseph at square leg. Still no run. But it's clear that the tactic here from the Guyanese is to have Mohabir face as much, the entire over in fact, from Thomas, trying to protect the batsmen who have been there all day and has played so well. As Thomas again, his delivery is right there, just making the batsman play, and I think that is the end of the over, and possibly the end of the day's play. An intriguing day of cricket here at the Park Hill playing field, where Jamaica, they were dismissed for 284, and Guyana in response, they are 183 runs for 4 wickets, trail Jamaica by 101 runs.
Yes, a definitely intriguing day's cricket and an interesting day's cricket, a really pleasing day's cricket, I must say, from even a neutral standpoint, because Jamaica batted on and got to 284, and the reply from Guyana has been pleasing. At this stage, they are 183 for 4, 183 for 4. They were struggling at 2 for 2 when Ramnath was caught off Edmund without scoring. Earlier, Caesar was LBW of Edwards without scoring, and they were reeling and really in a lot of trouble at that stage, with 2 of their top batsmen, so to speak, back in the hut, Osnet.
Yes, it was a very difficult start for Guyana. Good bowling by Edwards, removing Caesar, and then being able to remove Ramnath lost his wicket as well to Edmund. So Guyana were in shatters really early on in the innings, and then we had that big partnership between Dindial and Yearwood.
Yes, Mavindra Dindial and Shamar Yearwood, they compiled 128 pleasing innings, extremely important innings as well in the context of things for Guyana, before Yearwood was bowled by Edwards, leaving one alone on his judgment was not the best then, and he lost his off stump. He went for 69. Joda came, didn't really settle, didn't really look comfortable, looked as if he was going at the ball a little too hard, and he went for 5. But all through that, Mahindra Dindial have stuck it through. He's faced 189 balls. He's struck 9 fours and 2 massive 6s in his 92 not out. A very pleasing innings, Osnet.
An excellent innings from Dindial. He started slowly, but he has been the feature of his inning is his ability to put away the bad balls whenever they present in themselves. He has been able to walk the ball into gaps, and in that partnership with Yearwood, he played second fiddle. But as soon as Yearwood was dismissed, he was able to dominate the scoring from thereafter.
So at this stage, 183 for 4. Alvin Mahabir, the captain, is there, not out on 5. We have to compliment the efforts of Rayon Edwards. He took 2 for 32 from 9 overs. And Edmund, 9 overs, 1 for 19. The opening bowlers were quite pleasing for the Jamaicans.
Yes, I think the seamers did well, and considering the conditions here at the Park Hill playing field, they didn't really offer a lot for the seamers, but they were able to bend their backs and got something out of the wicket, especially that man Thomas, as we were speaking about a while ago.
Right, and Thomas, he figures maybe needed a little correction here, but he did take the last wicket with a good short delivery. And we're going to have a 9:30 start tomorrow, as indicated by umpire Bernard Joseph. Sherwin Thomas, the figures does not reflect the effort that he put in today.
Yes, he bowled very well. He bowled with pace, he bowled with hostility, and he was able to trouble even the most set batsmen that we had out there in the form of Dindial and Yearwood. It's a pity that he did not really contribute in terms of having more wickets in that fourth column for Jamaica.
So to sum it all up, Jamaica 284 all out. Guyana in reply, a pleasant reply, and definitely making a game of this one. 183 for 4. Mahindra Dindial, he'll be looking to make his get to 3 figures tomorrow. He's not out on 92. Until tomorrow, we should start here once the weather allows us at 9:30. So it's a pleasure bringing coverage to you. We are off from Park Hill.